there is a pre-training questionnaire which has just been shared with you. Kindly fill it up and send it back to us. There is the first part of that questionnaire. It's talking about your expectations as we start the training. So you list 4 expectations, and then you list your fears as per the format given. Then you send it back. At the end of the training tomorrow, you will fill the last part of it. My expectations met by the workshop. The same expectations that you are going to list and share with us today. You are again going to look at them tomorrow in the evening, in the afternoon. That exercise will start at 3:30 or at 15:30 Kenyan time and take you about 5 or so minutes to fill up the last part of that expectation form. Which of your expectations, as you listed them, have been met by the workshop at the end of it all? We are also going to share with you in a couple of minutes a raft of exercises, which I have alluded to. So I will always be referring you to specific assignments which you are going to undertake and share it back with us so that we continue to gauge how effective our learning process is moving forward. So that is a brief of what we are going to have. Just like our coordinator has said, my name is Dr. Charles Kaduwa. I want to share with you my experiences in program management, program development, resource mobilization, grants management, which I have gathered in the last 24 years. That has been part of what I do on day-to-day basis. And I'm sure we can have a great opportunity to share these experiences during these 2 days with you. So once again, I welcome you and challenge you to enjoy this workshop. Thank you so much and welcome. Okay, welcome. Like I always say before we start fundraising trainings, many people come to fundraising training workshops and they tell me, I want to be able to write a grant winning proposal. And I always tell them, before you think about a good grant winning proposal, think about the underlying issues. What are the dynamics and trends in resource mobilization today? What are we supposed to know? Before we begin to write a proposal, what do we need to know? The first thing that we need to know is that there are a lot of dynamics at play. There are a lot of dynamics at play, and that makes it very important for us to understand the first dynamic, that today, as we begin to write our proposals, let us all remember that development and research needs of humanity have multiplied and become more complex. We are now having a lot of emergencies that are coming on board. We have a lot of floods. We have a lot of famine. We have a lot of human rights abuses and wars and conflicts. We have epidemics like what we just had recently, the COVID-19, which may interfere in the way funding is granted to development and to research. When you have such a reality, what is your mitigation? So I always say to development professionals that we need to be more innovative and more effective in the way we design our projects. And one of the curative measures that will always help us is to design evidence-based interventions. Interventions that are clearly based on what we can be able to tangibly talk about and touch. And the second mitigation is that we as program professionals must constantly update our skills and seek greater exposure on programming and project design. And that perhaps explains the reason why TCC exists for capacity building, and that partly explains the reason why you are in this training. The other dynamic which you need to appreciate as you sit to write your proposal is the fact that you are not alone. We today have a lot of community actors, and they are coming up every new day. We have community actors, both in government and non-government. We have non-governmental organizations, we have government ministries, government parastatals, government departments, and private sector players. All of these actors compete for the same pools of resources in the donor world. And sometimes they have been accused of duplication. So we have to be very careful when we begin to work on resource mobilization. So in that very complex scenario, what do we need to do? So I have given a raft of measures. One of them is that we need to network and seek membership in strategic coalitions so that we work in tandem with others. We work in tandem with others. we work in coalitions, we work in membership organizations, so that we get better mileage in terms of access to resources. We are going to talk about this later on. The second one is that we need to design innovative and sustainable projects for better funding chances. If we don't design innovative projects, if we don't design sustainable projects, we begin to lose on funding. Then the issue of partnership with government and even private sector in designing our projects and implementing our project is a viable option today. For those who are in the university, we know that this is something very critical. Many donors want to see that we work with government. Many donors want to see projects, including research projects, that are designed to collaborate even with certain private sector players. When you see this type of partnership embedded in your proposal, you need to know that you are beginning to enhance your chances of getting resources. And you need to diversify your strategies, and you need to diversify your sources of resources so that you don't rely, for example, if there is just one organization giving you funding, you need to think beyond that particular organization. If you have just one method for resource mobilization, you need to think of more methods of resource mobilization. Then you need to up your game, seeking to deliver effectively so that you add value. Remember what we said earlier, that a grant well managed is another grant. So here we are talking about delivering effectively, meaning that you begin to think beyond writing your proposal. If you have a project that you are already undertaking today, or if within your department there is a project that is running, then remember, the best way to seek more funds and be successful in seeking funds is to deliver on that particular project effectively. Then take some time to develop same actor data bank so that you are able to closely work with other actors. Remember what I have just said, strong and viable partnerships in implementation. This is a plus for you because it will minimize possible duplication. And also it helps you acquire more skills. So working together is a big advantage. The donor sees you more as a person of integrity, an institution of integrity. But if you work in isolation, which is the opposite of what we are talking about, then the donor sees you as less credible. And it is so important that you attract funding based on credibility. Remember that in our various countries, like for example in Kenya, we have regulations that are capping external resource flow to organizations. So you need to be conversant with your in-country legislation and regulations, governing and often regulating how you are going to work in humanitarian sector. If it is research, we know we have a number of bodies that are regulating our research processes, our research activities. If it is pure social development, we know also that there could be regulations. There are bodies that are regulating our work. So as a good fundraiser, you should be aware of what is happening. So how do we mitigate that? We say that we need to lobby and advocate for community work-friendly legislation in our country with our government, and then work closely with government, including in joint project development and implementation, as we have said before. So always be out there to understand. Remember that we have shifting donor priorities and fatigue. We know that there's a lot of funds out there, new organizations are coming up to provide grants to our work. But many times, because of what we started with, there are a lot of emerging issues. There could be a lot of shifts in the way donors prioritize what they are going to fund more predominantly. So we are observing today that there is evidence of shifts in priorities. For example, a donor that was more prone to funding food security could be convinced that this is the time to work more on emerging diseases. Like in the year 2020, a lot of donors shifted their focus to grants, to supporting activities that could help alleviate the ravages of COVID-19. So we need to be very careful when we are in the resource mobilization field, because donors could be shifting their priorities from what we are predominantly doing to something else. There is also an argument that donors get fatigued, that they may think we have been giving money and giving money and giving money, but what are the results? Again, remember what we talked about: evidence-based priorities, evidence-based interventions, and then effective delivery, so that donors can be motivated to give for our work. When we are able to effectively deliver on our projects, then there is the likelihood that donors will be able to give more and more, because we are able to show great results for what we are doing. So what are we saying as a way forward? That we need to do strategic program and project focus, supported by periodic strategic alignments that enable funding feasibility. All the time, you need to refocus your work. If you are purely on research projects, then you need to refocus that so that you work on high impact research areas, research that will provide evidence, research that will provide answers to emerging issues, so that you continue to attract more funding. And then we need to be developing time-specific, innovative, and sustainable projects that attract dwindling donor funds, and developing projects that leave long-term impact. We've talked about that. That is more or less related to sustainability. Projects that will leave long-term impact onto the targeted community. If it is research, it should be a project that will provide great answers and great insights, which will then inform the way development initiatives will be undertaken. The other one, which is heartbreaking, is that there is increasing evidence of reduced levels of integrity within the development disciplines. We who are looking for funds, we who have been given resources by various donors, from north to south, from east to west, in our context today, there is evidence that a number of actors are less credible. And I always say that credibility or lack of it is an epidemic which can spread and create negative perceptions within the donor world. When one donor has experienced incredibility in some project in Somalia, for example, when a donor has experienced incredibility with a project in Nigeria, for example, if that same donor is supporting another project in South Africa, then they go with that perception. And they become less likely to engage positively with programs. And that is a negation on our quest to get resources. So what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do in that type of a mix? We are supposed to demonstrate high level of integrity in engaging with our projects, in engaging with our funding, in engaging with our donors, in engaging with our targeted communities. We must not just say we are an organization of high integrity. We must not just say that, but we are supposed to show by our actions that we adore integrity. It must be seen to exist from far. When somebody comes to your program and you are a grant-seeking institution, they should be able to see integrity. So credibility is part of the game. Pursue credibility with all your energy. And in the process, I always advise that we must, in our institutions, institute key strategies and actions that will help us to improve and assure credibility in our project performance, in our grants utilization, in the way we manage people, in the way we manage our money, in the way we manage our clientele. There should be, at the minimum, an existence of a code of ethics on program work, code of ethics on our program work. That should be the basic starting point. And that should be followed constantly with the actions and management action in situations where there is a breach, so that we remain at par with the best managed programs, with the best managed institutions. So credibility and integrity will be key to our quest for greater resources. So it is not just about writing a good proposal. I always tell people that a good proposal developed by an incredible organization, and an organization that lacks integrity, is as bad as a bad proposal. So it is not a question of a good proposal as an end in itself. No, it is not. There are certain underlying factors. So when we talk about increasing evidence of reduced levels of integrity, we are talking about a pertinent issue which should really concern us all. It should really concern us when we sit in a resource mobilization and grants management workshop, that constantly we need to audit ourselves and ask this question: do we pursue integrity in our institution? As a researcher, am I a person of integrity? Because if you are a PI, you are a principal investigator in a research project, you are the lead person in that research project. You are the grants manager, because grants management, as how we are going to listen to later on tomorrow, grants management is an administrative function. Grants management is a managerial function. So you are the grants holder, you are the project holder as a PI in a research project. Ask yourself this pertinent question: am I a person of integrity? Because people who will entrust you with funding want to be sure that the funding is going to support the activities of your project as you have indicated them. That you are going to follow your budget to the letter, you are going to engage with your target beneficiaries effectively, so that the goal of your intervention is achieved. The objectives of your interventions are achieved. So integrity is a critical question for us who pursue funding from the external world. So as we think through that discussion, we then look at what makes us more successful. What makes one person more successful than the other in grants sourcing? That is the presentation that I want to share with you. What are our success determinants? Once we have known the trends, once we have known the dynamics that are at play, and consider them as we write our proposals, then again, the second bit of that preliminary presentation is about what makes me more successful than the other person. What makes one PI more successful in getting research grants than another PI in another institution? Those are the issues that I want us to talk about. The success determinants. What makes me more successful in resource mobilization? Is it just about a good proposal? The answer is no. The first fundamental is that my work as a resource mobilizer must be a continuous process. I always say that well-endowed institutions, organizations that are well established, have specific resource mobilization departments. We call them fundraising desks. If you are an institution and you are well established, you should have a fundraising desk or a fundraising department. That department should be constituted by certain persons whose basic role, whose basic job description is to solicit for grants. And once that is in play, then we say it must be part of what happens all the time in an organization. And I always advise that we must not stop. Even when we think we have enough grants in our institution, we must not stop. Because if you stop, you don't know whether that donor or those donors are still going to work with you 2 years, 3 years down the line. So I always advise that our work in resource mobilization must not stop. It just must continue all the time. We must always be on the lookout. We must always be out there as resource mobilizers, sending tentacles, sending our feelers to where resources can be found, and asking about how to tap into those resources. Is it through a letter of inquiry? Is it through a concept note? Is it through a full proposal? Is it through a phone call? Is it through a physical visit to the donor's table? How do we source for this grant? What is the first step that we need to take? So our work in resource mobilization is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. So we do not need to stop, even when we think we have enough. That has always been my advice to professionals that are involved, or professionals who are going to be getting resources. The second thing that makes one organization more successful than the other is about capacity strengthening. We say that we need to develop skills. We need to strengthen skills for resource mobilization. And later on, we need to strengthen skills in managing resources that we received. So proposal writing and fundraising skills are a must for any organization that wants to survive and to thrive. And I need to add the word "and to thrive." If you want to survive as a PI, if you want to thrive as a PI, if you want to thrive as an organization, and you are looking for resources in the outside world, then my advice to you and to your organization is that proposal writing and fundraising skills are a must for you. And that, as I have explained earlier, is the reason why TCC exists. TCC exists to build capacities, to strengthen capacities of organizations, to strengthen capacities of actors in the development world, to strengthen capacities of actors in resource management. Once you get the resources, do you have the skills to manage the resources, grants management skills? And that is why in our day 2 tomorrow, we are going to look at the key principles that will help me and you to effectively and efficiently manage grants that we shall receive from the external community. So those 2 paradigms, proposal writing, fundraising, which we call resource mobilization, we need those skills. And so once we are able to write good proposals, we are able to have good foundational principles that we have talked about earlier, then we need to strengthen our skills in managing resources. And I always tell people that it is easier to write a proposal and get money, but it is more difficult to efficiently and effectively manage grants that we receive. So as we start, remember, one of the things that makes us more successful is whether we are going to develop, whether we are going to strengthen, whether we are going to sustain our skills in resource mobilization. And finally, in managing the resources that we get from our donors. The third fundamental is about networking and collaboration. Remember, when we talked about networking, when we talk about dynamics in resource mobilization, we always said that there is a growing evidence that actors are becoming less credible. We need to avoid that. And one way of avoiding it is to work within networks, work within collaborative partnerships. And I always tell people that if you're not working in collaboration with other players, then donors view you as a less credible person, a less credible organization. Collaboration and networking has so many advantages. One of them, which is very silent, is that it speaks to the outside world about your credibility. And once this speaks to the outside world about your credibility, you will be able to access more resources from your networks, from your collaborative partnerships. You are able even to get information on existing donor opportunities. From your networks, you'll be able to share information. Your colleagues in the collaborative partnerships can be able to give you recommendations. So the more you work in collaboration, the better you are placed to gain more resources. You are also able to improve your skills just by virtue of working in networks. In Kenya, for example, We have a lot of networks that are geared towards skills building. Maybe like, for example, network on malaria prevention and treatment, network on HIV/AIDS, networks on TB control, networks on food and food livelihood security, networks on human rights. When you belong to those networks, some of the activities of the networks will include skills building for network members. So you are better off in those networks, you are better off in those partnerships because of those reasons that I have just given. So as you pursue funding, as you think about writing a good proposal, also seek and sustain organizational visibility all the time through networking and collaboration. Are you visible as a PI? Are you visible as an organization that is looking for resources? How do you improve your visibility? By being in networks, by being in partnerships with other organizations. And for those who are involved in writing research grants, you know this very well, that donors really want to see research projects that are collaborative in nature. We have projects that are being implemented in Kenya with partners in South Africa, with partners in Cameroon, with partners in Egypt, with partners in Morocco. And when donors see this type of network, they feel they need to give you the money. So we say in a nutshell, therefore, that we need to ensure that our organizations, our researchers, our managers are visible in workshops, in websites, in networks, in media, in conferences, so that eventually you are able to create a brand about your work. The other determinant is about what I have just been talking about, project delivery. We always say that we need to implement well. We need to account for the resources we have received, and we need to report properly and in a timely way for funds that we receive. So this is what happens when you receive a grant. A grant enables you to execute your project. Project execution is what we call implementation. Project execution involves accounting for funds you've received. Project execution involves reporting to your donor, reporting to your board, reporting to your community beneficiaries in the various methodologies that you have put in place. So we say, implement well, account well, account effectively for the monies you have received, for the grants, and report properly. Report in a timely manner for funds you have received. Many times, when you receive a grant, the donor will give you a number of accounting procedures or reporting procedures or reporting formats. And one of your contractual agreements will obviously give you terms for executing the project. And one of the terms obviously will be about how you account, how you report, when you report. And many times, researchers and project holders have a lot of difficulties in even observing timelines for reports. So that the donor will always be asking you through emails, when are we likely to receive our first quarter report? When are we likely to receive our quarter report and all that type of thing? Now, when researchers and project holders cannot report in time, it tells so much about them. If you cannot report in time, it's a very poor indicator of your ability. And remember what we have said about skills. You can't report in time. So where are your skills? You are, in a way, telling the donor that you don't have the skills to implement this project. When you cannot report in time, you can't send in your financial report in time. You can't send in your implementation report, your activities report in time. You are telling the donor that you don't have the skills. If you have the skills, then you are telling the donor you are not concerned about the contractual agreements. If that is not the case, you are telling the donor that you are too busy with other projects that you don't have time to report in time. Now, this is not the type of thing we want to show our donors. Because remember, we are talking about what determines my success in getting funds. One of the things that determine my success is my ability to implement well, my ability to account, my ability to report properly and in a timely way. That's one of the determinants of my success. And I always say that even if your work in your organization is just resource mobilization, you should also be concerned about how well your organization is implementing activities that have already been funded before. You should be concerned about how well your office is accounting for funds. You should be concerned about how well your office is reporting to the donor on funds received, even if that is not your job description. Now, when you implement well, you account and report in time, it really gives you a plus in terms of credibility. And remember, failure on these elements brings a feeling of mistrust on the mind of the donor. I don't want the donor to mistrust me. I don't want the donor to mistrust me at all. So I must be very concerned about how my project is being implemented, because I want a second grant. After this grant that I have just received, I'm looking forward to a second grant. So I must be very concerned about how accounting is done. I must be very concerned about how reporting is done, because I want to be assured of credibility. I want the donor to look at me favorably so that when I send in my next proposal, it stands a better chance of being funded. So failure on these elements, my colleagues, brings a feeling of mistrust. And once you have that feeling of mistrust, you are sure you are not getting money in the next funding cycle. What do I advise? Go international. Go international. Sometimes you have a lot of funding agencies in your country that are based in your country. And sometimes there could be a number of factors that determine whether you will be funded or not at in-country level. So what do we advise? That as much as you'll be eyeing the in-country funding opportunities, there could be a number of donors that are based in your country. But remember, there are also a number of donors that are not based in your country, which may be willing to support your projects in your country. So I say, go international. Widen your fundraising nets. And people have done this. People continue to do this with a lot of success. So widen your funding net, and you'll be able to improve and to increase your fundability. For your good projects, you'll see greater results. We've talked time without number about credibility, but I don't want to be tired of talking about credibility. Grants agencies, one, they want credit for their money. Always acknowledge your sources of resources. E.g., for instance, if you are an organization that has newsletters, you have banners, you have wall paintings, acknowledge your donors. Acknowledge your donors. They want to be credited for doing what you are doing, for supporting you to do what you are doing. And most important, they also want to work only with credible organizations and individuals. They want to work with good organizations, organizations that pursue credibility. Remember, we talked about this earlier. Organizations that pursue credibility. Are you an organization? Are you working for an organization? Are you going to seek funding for your organization? Are you going to seek funding as a PI, as a principal investigator for your research projects? Remember, they want to work with credible institutions and credible individuals. Is that you? Ask yourself that question. Am I a credible organization? Am I a credible PI? As a project manager, do I pursue credibility? Do we have organizational ethics? Do we have a code of conduct that helps us to stay within ethical standards and parameters in engaging with our donors, in engaging with our beneficiaries, in engaging within ourselves as project staff? Do we have that code of conduct? Does the code of conduct talk about what happens when there is a breach of ethics? Ask yourself those questions. As you begin to think about writing a good proposal, ask yourself those proposals. Ask yourself those questions. Remember, credibility is at the heart of grants writing. And those who don't have credibility are going to suffer. I know organizations that are not very credible that have operated for a few years and closed shop. The other determinant of success is your ability to innovate. I say that innovation is the art. It is an art of developing project ideas that are new to solving known challenges. For example, if our challenge is to reduce household poverty in a given area, reducing household poverty in a given area. Think about this at your own level. Just write this somewhere, reducing household poverty in a given geography, in a given community. Think about your own community. Think about a geographical area, a district, a province, whatever you call it in your region. Think about this aspect. Our problem is to reduce household poverty at the household level, so that we are able to improve, therefore, household incomes. What are we going to do? And we can say that there are several strategies that could be used to achieve this type of a noble project idea, reducing household poverty, or the opposite of it, improving household incomes. You would agree with me that in a class of 35 professionals that are gearing towards being good fundraisers, effective fundraisers, this type of a project idea could attract so many strategies, so many different strategies. Think about a strategy yourself. Think about a strategy. And then ask yourself, is this a commonplace strategy? You could think about two types of strategies. What are the common strategies that could come to ordinary minds about reducing household poverty? And what are novel project ideas? And why do you classify the first ones as common strategies? And why do you classify the second strategies as novel strategies? Now, I want to tell you that projects that will generate or will attract funding today in this very competitive world are projects that are innovative. Don't think about common ideas. Think about innovative ideas. Develop innovative ideas for your projects. Avoid thinking in a common way when you are designing your projects. The funders today would not feel obliged to support such interventions, common interventions. Let's think about innovative ideas so that your project will stand out among the rest. If there are 50 proposals on reducing household poverty, and donors just want to support 5 proposals, what will make your proposal to stand out? Ask yourself that question. We have a project here, we have a problem scenario. The donor is saying, we want to support projects that will be able to reduce household poverty in Juba, in South Sudan. We are going to support 5 projects. Remember, if it is an open call for proposals, there will be up to 100 people applying for this grant. Now, what makes you the best in addressing this particular problem, reducing household poverty? What makes you the best? What will make your proposal be among the 5 that will be picked for funding? What makes it? One of the things is innovation. Is my project innovative? Remember, we say that it is the art of developing novel project ideas to solving known challenges. The challenge is known. The idea must be novel. That's what we call innovation. So if you are not innovative in the way you design your projects, in the way you think about solutions, forget about funding. The 8th success determinant will be your ability to diversify sources of funding for your organizations. This applies more for those interventions that seek to directly work with the communities that are vulnerable. We always advise that widen your fundraising net in terms of where do you want to get your resources. I advise that we think through other unconventional strategies. Many of us today in the development sector constantly think about some donor in UK, some donor in the United States of America, the United States aid, USAID. We think about European Union. We think about UNICEF. We think about UNDP. We think about Japanese Agency for International Development. We think about Norwegian People's Aid. We think about Norwegian Church Aid. We send in proposals with good problem statement, with good justification, with good objectives and budgets. That's called, to me, that is called conventional strategy. They are the strategies that are overly applied in many organizations. But we have non-conventional strategies, like, for example, fundraising walk, fundraising dinner, setting up a fundraising center outside your country, among many other strategies. Now, one of the beauty of having unconventional strategies for fundraising is that then your organization can be able to get unrestricted funding that may be used at the organizational discretion. When you approach Norwegian People's Aid with a proposal, it will be a promise that you want to undertake certain activities to be able to achieve certain objectives within a certain time frame. That is what we call a project. But there are so many needs in your organization. For example, capacity strengthening needs. You want to do an exchange visit. You want to send your staff for a capacity building training in Nairobi, or in Dar es Salaam, or in Cairo, or in Lagos, Nigeria, or in South Africa, Joburg. A restricted funding from Norwegian Church Aid or Norwegian People's Aid will not be able to give you what you want. What will give you leeway to do other things will be unrestricted funding. So when you involve yourself in unconventional strategies like fundraising walks, fundraising dinners, you are likely to get more unrestricted funding. So always I advise that we should constantly diversify our sources of funding so that we don't just rely on one donor. Remember also what we said earlier, that even when you think you have enough, don't stop. Because funding needs continue to emerge in your organization. Funding sources continue to shrink, or priorities will continue to shift, and you don't want to be caught unawares. So once you adore diversification, we talk about being media-wise. That is the 9th determinant of success, being media-wise. Work with the media. Work with the media so that your work can be well known. Explore the positive attributes of media to help publicize your work. This will be important because we have organizations that have worked very well with media, very well with media personalities. Like there's one program in UK called Comic Relief. Comic Relief works to raise resources in the UK, and they end up supporting developing world with resources, grants that are used to do community work, grants that are used to do evidence-based research interventions. And one of the ways in which they work is to publicize their work, work with media personalities and other forms of celebrities to raise resources, which will help them then to support our projects in the developing world. So media is important because they give us that mileage so that people in and outside our countries can be able to appreciate the work that we are doing. Then targeting. We say that good projects will do strategic targeting. Target most pressing needs. Target most pressing needs. For instance, what we talked about, reducing household food security, food insecurity, or in improving household food security. Things that really touch the mind of the donor. Interventions that are sustainable, interventions that are small in nature, interventions that are of high impact, innovative, low budgeted, most pressing needs will be prioritized. Donors want to see interventions that are of high impact. For instance, what we've just talked about, improving household food security for vulnerable communities in some region. And when the donor looks at your budget, they should be able to see a modestly developed budget that is not a noisy budget. So high impact interventions that, when well executed, will leave a positive and long-term impact onto the targeted community. There are several examples of what we could cite. For instance, the food security that we're talking about, the mortality among mothers and newborns as a result of risky births, things like that. We are going to discuss some of those project areas later on in the day. So when you are doing your proposal development, remember, what type of needs are you addressing? Target your needs in terms of most pressing. What are your most pressing needs? So that the donor can feel what you feel, and the donor can be convinced that really this is an intervention that needs to be supported. The other aspect is about capacity strengthening. Funding agencies determine applicants' capacities as a prerequisite qualification. What are your capacity as an organization? And sometimes capacity is determined right from your name, right from your vision, right from your mission statement, right to your past capacity in terms of how you have been able to undertake previous projects. What type of projects have you managed before? That sometimes is a prerequisite qualification to whether your project will be funded or not. Your capacity to implement. Do you have that previous experience? Do you have people that have the right knowledge in project execution? Do you have people who have the right knowledge in accounting? Do you have the right knowledge in reporting? So there are a lot of pre-funding capacity assessment that many donors conduct before they decide to give you money. So think about your capacity, and that is the reason why a training like this is very important for a professional that wants to begin to think about resource mobilization. Then the donor can be able to say, yes, this person has been trained in resource mobilization. This person has been trained in grants management. And therefore, there is a prerequisite propensity or prerequisite possibility that given a grant, they will manage it well. Capacity. It's an important aspect. Again, we talk about targeting, but this time we are talking about targeting of beneficiaries, project beneficiary targeting. We always say that there are certain target populations that are likely to get funding more easily than others. So we say targeting has a value. We call it the vulnerability value. Who do we target with our projects? Why are we targeting them? Put yourself in the shoe of the donor, that person who is going to make a decision about your project. Put yourself into the shoe of that particular person. Who are you targeting? Who are you targeting with your project? How vulnerable is this target group? Supposing you are not given the money that you are looking for, to what extent will this particular target group suffer so that you can be able to create a strong justification for funding. Who are you targeting? So in my experience, projects that are targeting women, youth, children, and other marginalized populations, for example, orphaned children, widows living in high poverty communities. Those are some of the examples. Those ones have higher chances of attracting donor funds. So look at that project that you are thinking about today. Look at that project you are thinking about today. Ask yourself, what is the vulnerability value that my project contains? Who are we targeting with this project? If it is a research project, what do we want to research on? What type of knowledge do we want to generate from our research? To what extent will this knowledge be of help to the wider community? When this knowledge is put to use, who are the first beneficiaries? Ask about that question. Ask yourself that question. The vulnerability. Am I targeting most at-risk populations with my project? If the answer is yes, then you are beginning to be on the right track. Who am I targeting with my project? If it is a social development project, who is my target group? We are talking about reducing household poverty. But that is just a general grouping. Who are going to be my primary beneficiaries in reducing household poverty? Who is going to be my primary beneficiaries? When we are talking about youth empowerment, for example, what type of empowerment am I talking about? If my project is not funded, how will this particular target group suffer? And if they suffer, what are the spiraling effects? Those are the questions that I ask myself before I sit down to begin to write a project. So my keyword in this particular fundamental is the vulnerability value. That is number one, vulnerability value. Targeting has a value, remember. Projects targeting women, youth, children, and other marginalized groups have a higher chance of attracting donor funds. So we refer to these particular groups as most at-risk populations. For example, if you are in a conflict-prone regions like the eastern part of DRC, Congo today, and your project is about emergency interventions, who are you targeting? Who are you targeting with your emergency projects in the eastern DRC? We know that there are a lot of population segments in DRC that are affected by the conflict that is going on in DRC. But which particular population will be more at risk and suffer more consequences of this conflict and displacement and famine and starvation and diseases? What type of population? What particular segment? Think about it so that your project targets most marginalized group in that particular population. And remember, in my experience, projects that are targeting general populations sometimes don't get very far. We must target specific populations. If it is in a conflict area, who do we target? Why do we target them? Who do we target and why do we target them? And remember, targeting has a value. I call it vulnerability value. So the more accurate targeting you do, the likelihood that somebody will look favorably on your proposal and consider you for funding. I tell fundraisers that it is about writing and analyzing. So you need to get in love with the writing. If you're not able to write, if you're not able to analyze, you cannot write proposals, because proposals is about writing. Fundraising is an art for those who love to read, those who love to write, and those who love to analyze things. Because, for example, your project is about women in conflict areas, how women have been disadvantaged in conflict situations. There will obviously be a lot of documents that you need to write, to read. So you must read, you must analyze, so that you can be able to come up with a compelling reason why your project should be funded. Sometimes the donor asks you a question, for those who are writing, who are responding to proposals that have templates. The donor gives you a template for writing a proposal. And somewhere the donor asks you a question, explain what will happen if your project is not funded. So if you have not read widely, if you have not analyzed that situation well, you cannot be able to answer that question. And I always advise that we need to believe in ourselves, that we are able to manage it. Because some people are so new to the world of grants writing. They are scared. How will I write? How will I start? How will somebody read what I have written? What will they make out of it? And I always say, believe in yourself. Believe that you will manage and practice it. Successful proposal writing and fundraising is an art for those who love to read, write, and analyze things. Remember that. And that distincts you from one who is going to be more successful and one who is going to be less successful. I always say, don't hard work. A friend of mine told me in Juba, when I was doing a similar training in Juba, he said that he has set out to write at least 5 proposals per week and send them out to various donors in Juba. And I called that hard work. Rather, I prefer that we work smart. Working smart means, one, that we do our research well on who the donor is. We do our research well on how that donor funds, when they fund, what type of projects they fund, what type of budgets they love to fund, what type of target communities do they love to support. When we do such type of background checks and research well, our proposals will always win grants. And we need to break rules and being different. Be different. Be different and do your research well on existing funding opportunities. For example, finding a donor that is less known by everybody else in your geographical focus. So don't hard work, just work smart. That is important. Master the sector. That's the other fundamental. Master the sector. Master the dynamics, the politics, the operations of the development sector, in your country. Understand the rules of demand and supply. And remember, only the smart ones will have access to the funds that they need. Only the smart ones will have access to the funds they need. Master the dynamics, the politics, and the operations of the development sector in your country. How are donors collaborating in your country? For example, understand the rules of demand and supply. What's the level of demand for donor funds in your country? What's the level of availability of the donor funds in your community? Do your mapping correctly. And remember, only the smart ones will have access to the funds they need. And one of the ways, just to reflect back on what we have discussed, one of the ways of being smart is, for example, to develop your capacity, improve your capacity, show your capacity, live within certain networks, belong to collaborations, coalitions. Those are being smart is such a multifaceted dynamic. Being smart, only the smart ones will have access to the funds they need. And the other one is about avoiding fear. I have already talked about this. Avoid fear and doubt. It's not always a lack of technical skills, but self-doubt and lack of confidence that holds back a great deal of ideas, projects, and people. Especially, this is more applicable in research. Do not fear, do not doubt. Will my research, is this research viable? Will somebody look at it favorably? You know, it's not about lack of technical skills that hold many of us back, but it's about having self-doubt. You doubt yourself. You lack the confidence that will hold you back a great deal. But yet we have a lot of ideas, good ideas, great projects, which can attract funding. But the fear of how we can start, the doubt whether the donor will look at us, the doubt whether our project, our research will favorably be looked at, will always hold us back. I always want to avoid the notion that it is impossible for me, that it's hard for me to raise funds. Believe in the community change that you desire. It is not rocket science, as we know. It is something that we can be able to do. And once we avoid doubt, once we avoid fear, once we are able to approach, and lastly, when we avoid being discouraged. Don't fear losing or making mistakes. Don't fear when your project is not funded. I always tell people, be strong, be courageous, even when you lose out on a funding. There is always a next time. I strongly believe in these fundamentals, and they make a difference between one who is going to be successful and the other person who is going to be less successful. At that time, therefore, colleagues, I want us to take a 15-minute break so that we can be able to resume our classes again at exactly 11 o'clock Kenyan time. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back, colleagues. I always say that grants are out there for purposes of development. Grants are out there for purposes of development. So those who are seeking grants are called development practitioners. They are people who are engaged in development work. So as long as you can sit to think about getting a grant from somewhere, you better begin to refer to yourself as a development worker. Even if you are in research work, look at yourself as a development worker, because all research is about solving certain problems through information that will be used to do certain things in a different way. So I call that type of a person a development worker. Now, how does that mind look like? That is the small presentation that I want to share with you. How does the mind of a development worker look like? I always say that in my 24 years working in projects, working in community work, working in community development programs, I have always thought in a certain cyclic manner. There's always a cycle of thinking and acting for me. And I am not exaggerating by saying that if you are going to be in development, if you are going to be seeking grants to solve those social problems that you are seeing in your community, then you will find yourself thinking and acting in the same way that I have always thought and acted in the last 24 years. And the one thing that will always characterize your mind will be this identification of community challenges. You will always find yourself doing this, asking this common question every day of your life. What is the problem? Identification of community challenges. What is happening in the community that needs to be rectified? That will always be your concern as a development worker. And you'll always not end there. You will always have a mind to craft solutions, designing solutions. What is the problem? That will always be your number one question. Your number two question will be about what should we do? The challenge I'm seeing in community today is that we have a growing number of young people who are unemployed in our countries. So that is a problem. What is the problem? According to me, a growing number of young people from colleges, mid-level and higher level colleges that are suffering unemployment. High levels of unemployment among youth from colleges. That is a problem. So as a development worker, my mind always talks about that. What is the problem? I'm seeing a growing number of young people unable to access education in my community. So that's a problem. As a development worker, you will always start from there, identifying community challenges. Identifying community challenges. Think about the number of community challenges you have identified in the last 7 months of this year. Think about it. Write it somewhere. Just write it somewhere. Community challenges I have identified in the last 7 months of 2024, either in your institution where you work or in your community where you come from. List at least 3 of them. List at least 3 of them, each one in its own page. So your page 1, community challenge number 1. Page 2, community challenge number 2. Page 3, community challenge number 3. Then, one of your tasks as a community development person would always be to craft solutions to the challenges you have identified. So you are not an idle mind. You are not a lazy mind. A development worker is not a lazy mind. It's a mind that thinks critically. It's a mind that thinks strategically. So you have identified a challenge in your institution. If you are from a university, you have identified a challenge in the university. You are a medic in the university, and you have seen increasing number of student pregnancies in the university. That's a challenge. You are a medic, you are a medical officer in the university. You have seen an upsurge in number of STIs among students in the university. That's a challenge. So you think about it critically and you begin to ask yourself, what should we do to address this challenge? So a development mind identifies a problem, identifies a community challenge, and it does not rest there. It thinks about what can be done. That is the difference between a development practitioner and a non-development practitioner. Crafting solutions. So we are expecting that if you have identified a challenge within your university, then your mind allows you to strategically think about solutions that could be put in place to address those challenges. So the question that comes to your mind is, what should we do to address this? What should we do to address the rising number of teenage student pregnancies within my university? In my community, the challenge I have identified is that there is increase in number of mothers giving birth at home, giving birth away from health facilities. And this obviously endangers the lives of the mother and the newborn baby or the unborn baby. This is a challenge, but what can we do to address this so we begin to craft solutions? That's the difference between a development practitioner and a non-development practitioner. Number 3, your mind then revolves from those solutions to costing the solutions. What does it cost me to address this? What does it cost us? What can it cost us to provide health facility-based delivery services for mothers who are about to deliver? What does it cost? Then a development mind thinks about what we call solution costs to solutions. The solutions will have a cost. That is why we have what we call project budgets. Your solutions to the challenges you have identified in your community will have cost implications. And those cost implications are what we call project budgets. What does it cost to provide nutritional alternatives to malnourished newborn babies, babies that are born to malnourished mothers who then come with deficiencies, nutritional deficiencies? What can we do to address nutritional deficiencies among newborn babies? What are the costs for doing that? What does it cost to? That's part of your life as a development worker. What does it cost to? So, what does it cost to? takes us to what we call project budget. Once we have thought about what it costs, we go to the next question that rings in my mind. This next question rings in my mind 24 hours. For 24 years, this type of question rings in my mind, identifying the source of required resources. We need the resources to be able to address that challenge. We need the resources to be able to put to active the solutions. To activate the solutions, we need resources. So the question is, where is the money? Then translated to identifying the donor source. At a later discussion, we shall be looking at steps to developing a good proposal. We always ask this question, where is the money? Where is the money? Identifying the source of required resources. If it is about malnutrition among newborn babies, if it is malnutrition, where are the resources? Are we going to approach nutrition, baby formula making industry players? Are we going to approach the government to help us provide alternative nutritional ingredients to these malnourished babies? Are we going to approach donors? If so, which donor? If it is government, which department of state can help us to give the malnourished babies alternative feeding formula? Then, once we have identified the resources and we have gotten it, then it's about implementing those solutions and reporting. We put it in bracket, putting plans into action. So this is what we call the mind life of a development worker. And it happens without you knowing. Once this is your lifestyle, like me, then this type of mind is what we see in the community. What can I do to address these challenges? Where are the resources that we need? And once we get the resources, which is where is the money, then we implement the solutions. If it is about training professionals in grants writing, we put that into practice. We hold the workshops because now we have the resources. We hold the workshops, and once we have held the workshops, we report to our donors about our workshops, how successful our workshops were, how successful our trainings were, and how equipped our professionals now are. So that is so much to do with the development mind life, and looking at yourself, you will always see that you think and act in this particular way. So the next presentation will be about the proposal. Where is the money takes us to what we call a proposal. Where is the money? That takes us to what we call the proposal. I have a document that I want all of us to look at word by word. It's called Proposal Preamble Document, as our introduction to understanding what a proposal is. Proposal Preamble Document helps us to begin to appreciate what this document is all about. What is a proposal? Is what you shall be talking about all the time. What is a proposal? What is a proposal? Yes, there we are, proposal development training. We have a preamble document, and I invite all of us to go through this document in 3 minutes go through the document in 3 minutes. The assignment that is before us is that we go through this document in 3 minutes. With your notebook and your pen, you are going to pick out a sentence or a phrase or a word, but preferably just the page 1 of that preamble document, proposal preamble, where we are saying a proposal is an essential marketing document that helps cultivate an initial professional relationship between an organization and a funding agency, sometimes referred to as donor, over a project to be implemented. That is the document that I want us all to read silently for about 3 minutes. And once we have done that, we are saying that this is our introduction to the whole concept of proposal writing for purposes of fundraising. That a proposal is an essential marketing document. Once you have read through it, just a one-pager, once you have read through it, please, in your notebook, come up with at least three phrases or 3 sentences that gives you critical meaning to the whole concept of proposal writing. Remember what we have said, that this is going to be our introductory document to the whole concept of proposal writing. Let's read through it in 3 minutes silently, and then come up with 3 sentences or 3 phrases that gives us greater meaning. So you'll read for us. We shall go into video presentations, and whoever is sharing with us will connect their video and share with us at least 1 phrase or 2 phrases or 1 sentence from this preamble document that is critical as we start to think and to learn about this document called a proposal. So for example, I may say I have picked on the word essential marketing document. Then I pick on that phrase, essential marketing document. Then I share with everybody else about why I have picked on that particular phrase. And at that time, we use our video connection so that we can be able to see who is making this presentation, and we learn from the thinking behind what you have just picked. So let's take 3 minutes to go through this document. Continue reading and picking key phrases, key sentences that are important to you, which speak to you more in terms of our understanding of proposal writing. Pick a line or two. We want to begin to share in the next 2 minutes. We want to begin to share our discussions on the proposal preamble in the next 1 minute. In the next 1 minute, we are going to begin to share. Okay, welcome now, colleagues. Let's share what we have picked from the preamble document. When you're beginning to share with us what you have picked, please put on your video so that we can have more interactive sharing. What have you picked? Why have you picked it? What meaning does the phrase or sentence give you in terms of proposal writing? Welcome.
Please, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. So my name is Emmanuel. I'm speaking from the Regional Institute of Population Studies, University of Ghana. So this is the phrase I've picked. The second paragraph as presented now, which states a proposal facilitate the last line of the second paragraph. A proposal
the last line
of the second paragraph. Yes,
yes,
where the case
you.
Yes, so a proposal facilitates appropriate utilization of the right words for the conception of an idea. So
yes,
this is how I understand it. To communicate clearly to your donor or
yes, please.
the audience, you must be able to use appropriate words that convey clearly the idea behind the project. You must avoid ambiguity and then make sure that everything you are writing is clear and then nice. You must go straight to the point. And then the structure, it must also be well structured and then follow a logical order. So this is the line I've picked and then my understanding for picking that line. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you for sharing. I really agree with you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Yes, next presentation. Any other presentation? Welcome, colleagues.
Hello, Doc.
Anthony.
Yes. Good to hear from you. I'm joining from Ghana.
Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you very much. These are my few observations.
Yes.
From the document that you have there, it's about the proposal writing. Yes. And with the proposal writing, the document made us to know that proposal writing is a hot cake. It's a marketing document. That is how it couched it. And before you think of any proposal that you are going to put across, you have to plan extensively.
Yes.
Then before planning, there are a lot of actors that you must know that they are competing for the same project in which you are also going to compete for. So since there are a lot of actors, you don't look sight at all. So that has required some proposal framers or cultures to require for professionals who will couch the proposal in such a way that your proposal is going to meet the requirement of your donors. So this is the very few piece that I picked from the document that you've put across. Thank you very much, Doc.
Exactly, Anthony. It is a marketing document. You want to sell it. You want somebody to buy it. Welcome. Other presentations. Thank you, Anthony, for sharing with us. It's a marketing document. You want somebody to buy your idea, and when they buy, you get the money, you get the resources, you get the grant to implement your great ideas. Thank you, Anthony.
Good, Doc. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Loud and clear.
Very loud and clear, Henry. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So the phrase that I really attracted me is that it gives a detailed information about the intention to be implemented. In other words, what it wants to do or the desired outputs. So it's explained in clear terms.
Yes.
And most times they say it should be smart enough, as specific, what it will do, how it will do it, and also time frame of what's done. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Henry. It outlines the plan of implementing the project. It gives information about the intention. That is now the objectives. Intention is the objective. The way to manage it, the activities, and the results to be delivered. Those are the outcomes of this project. So a proposal allows us to bring out those key elements of our intention. What do we want to achieve? How do we want to achieve it? And it gives extensive information. We are able to explain ourselves extensively to the donor, extensively to ourselves who are in the project team in terms of what we want to do. Thank you so much, Henry. Welcome. Any other contribution? Any other contribution?
I'd also like to contribute something. Am I audible?
Yes, Maureen.
In the same line that my colleague has also shared about the plan, it also requires you to really prepare and have your entire project well articulated, such that you have done your previous background checks on the jurisdiction that you intend to implement this plan. You know the demographics that you are going to effect, and you have outlined how much it will cost you as you are doing your research to also find out the donor that you're targeting. Is this one of their key areas of influence? Are they interested in such projects? Yes, sir.
Maureen, which paragraph are you referring us to?
The first paragraph, the first paragraph, the line that says the document outlines the plan of implementing, giving extensive information concerning the project.
Correct.
So the plan has to have all this information showing that you are well aware of the exact project, what it requires, how it plans to affect the population, and the results that you expect once your project has been fulfilled.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen. You've picked it very well. Thank you so much. Another presentation? We will take 2 more presentations, then we go to the next item. 2 more presentations. I'm waiting for this for the first one of the 2.
Can I speak?
Esther?
Thank you very much, Doc. I'm referring to the second paragraph, just what I've picked in brief. Before presenting a proposal, it is important that there are various ways of reaching out to the potential donor or funder. So you can start by drafting a concept note, or just doing a letter of inquiries. But also I picked during your presentation, oral presentation, you said someone could also make a call or you can go physically to their offices and make inquiries one by face by face. Yeah, before you start drafting your proposal. Thank you.
Correct, Esther. It's a very important document because it is going to give you the ability to implement the solutions you have crafted. Very important document. And like the other colleagues have said, it gives you extensive information. But then in many cases, Esther, we are saying in that paragraph that not many times do we start approaching a donor using a proposal. Sometimes we start with a proposal. Sometimes we start with a letter of inquiry. Sometimes we start with a concept note, depending on what the donor stipulates. So yes, it's a very important document because it is going to give you that ability that you're looking for to realize the solutions that you should therefore be able to address the challenges that you have picked. Thank you, Esther. The last presentation. Last presentation.
Hello.
Hello, Benjamin.
Yeah, thank you. For me, the proposal, so I picked the phrase, the proposal is a very important document. So I see from there that, proposal means you need to pay the necessary attention that is required. It's probably something that is going to speak for you in where in fact, that's the best thing you could put forward to prove that you really want the funds, and is to show answer all the questions that the person giving the fund might have. So it's that document. So it's very important, and I take the word important very seriously. So I think it should be underlined as well. So it's what the donor is requesting from you to give to him, and to share all the ideas of everything you want to do. It must be contained in that document. Also, it's a sophisticated, it has become more sophisticated as competition has become has increased. So it requires, and resources have been limited. So it has become sophisticated. So you can't just do it the way like normally. So you have to be very creative. You have to put in all that is required to make sure this proposal, you just don't say, oh, I submitted a proposal. So the proposal has to be whatever it needs to edge the competition. We all know what competition, this is Olympics going on. So we know what everybody does to be at the top of their game. So this document requires a level of sophistication to make sure it succeeds. And because of this level of sophistication or level of competitiveness required, grant writing has become a profession. If you look at it below, that you have to put in everything that is required to build the necessary skill in grant writing to be able to succeed and have funds needed to carry out your goals. So these are the phrases that jumped out at me. Thank you.
Thank you, so Benjamin. Thank you so much. Clement, I see you. Share with us something, Clement.
Okay, thank you very much. My own take on it is the competitiveness of grant writing. If you look at the last paragraph there, enormous opportunities and strict competition exists in grant area of grant writing. Yes. So I think if you consider the competitive nature of the grants, I think knowing how to put up a good proposal is very important. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Exactly, Clement. So we say, Clement, stay with us still, and go with us up to the second last paragraph, Clement, and share with us some thoughts about this scenario has also seen mushrooming of many actors. Share with us some thoughts on that. Clement?
In terms of competitiveness, we have the organized NGO, we have those of us from the academia jostling for the same proposal, especially when you have a different course. Yeah, I'm from the academia. Especially when you have when you want to address maybe SDG issues. So I think that's where the competitiveness comes into play. So if you have an excellent proposal, like the one the organization is building for us, I think it gives us an edge. I will tell you now that having attended a lot of your lectures on the personal notes, I am trying my first grant to this week. So I think with this at the back of my mind, especially institutional-based researches, with this at the back of my mind, I think that I must take into consideration that other persons are competing for the same funds that I'm doing especially for my faculty. So that's my take.
Thank you so much, Clement. Esther, I want to come back to you and share with us some thoughts about the first paragraph, the first 1 and 2 lines. Esther? Before we go to Frenda Idoyo, Esther, share with us something on the first 2 lines.
Thank you very much, Dr. The first 2 lines of the first paragraph is talking about the importance of a proposal as an essential document or marketing document that helps in cultivating the professional relationship between the organization or the institution seeking the funds and the potential funding agency or the donor. Yeah, so I think it's a document that is showing, or it's a document that is showing the, should I say, professionalism of the organization or the institution seeking the funds. And yeah, just showing how professional this organization is or this institution is to this potential funder. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you, Esther, for being there and being attentive. Thank you so much. We are saying that the proposal, that document that you're going to work on, will perhaps be the initial, it will be the starting point for a relationship. And that relationship is nothing other than a professional one between you as a grant seeker and that program that is going to be giving you grants. So it is such an important document because it helps cultivate. It is the beginning, it is the step 1 to a very elaborate relationship that will exist between you and the donor. Thank you so much, Esther, for being there. Frenda, please talk to us. Frenda Idoyo, please talk to us. Thank you so much, Esther.
Thank you, Doctor. What I wanted to comment is on the 3rd paragraph that's talking about competitiveness. I wanted to comment that to persevere the competition, you have to have a unique proposal which can outsmart the other competitors. So by finding maybe a gap or a niche between among the other proposal writers, that will enable you to win maybe the grant which you're making to your donor, because in the challenge of having many, you have to come out so that you can make yours the best among the others.
Thank you so much, Frenda. We have talked about that when we were talking about determinants of success, and also when we talked about the trends and dynamics. So it is important, remember what we said earlier, that it's not just about a good proposal. Let's remember other fundamentals that, just like you have said, Frenda, that we are not alone. When we are writing our proposal and we are going to approach a donor, we are not alone. There are other actors who are looking at this grant, and we just need to be asking ourselves, how competitive are we in this process? Thank you so much, Frenda. Thank you so much, all of us who have contributed. And kindly, let's therefore begin to work with this reality in mind, that we are developing a document which is like a marketing tool. We are marketing our ideas. We are marketing ourselves. We are marketing ourselves and the ideas we want to address to a donor. And that document is going to be the initial step in developing a long professional relationship. It is going to provide extensive information about what we want to do. What are our intentions? What do we want to implement? How do we want to implement it? The ways to implement. Those are now the activities, the broad strategies, the results, the outcomes that we are going to get from all that. So let's not think that it's just some idle documents. It is a serious document. And when we are going to sit to write, as we are going to see, and as we have already started seeing, let us remember it is not a joke. Thank you, all of us who have managed to share something with us. So let's now go to the next presentation, which is about steps to developing this proposal. This document that we are talking about, this document that are going to mark the difference between you, Frenda, who is going to excel, and you, someone else, who is going to go home. We always say that it is either go big or go home, the proposal. So we go to steps to proposal planning. We plan, then we write. We plan, then we write. We don't write, then plan. We plan, then write. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that technology. What we are going to do is to reflect back on the Mind Life discussion. We said during the Mind Life discussion that we always think about what a challenge is in the society. That's a development worker. What is the problem? So the first step to planning, to write your proposal. The first step to planning is to know and analyze the problem well. Know and analyze the problem well. And I always tell people that there is a difference between knowing a problem and analyzing a problem. Knowing a problem and analyzing a problem. I may say I know the problem, but if I have not analyzed the problem, then I would say I have just known half of the problem or slightly a bit of the problem. I've just known part of the problem. But a problem analysis is a fundamental process for fundraisers. Whoever is listening, whoever is going to listen to your arguments wants to be convinced that really the problem you are talking about is worth addressing. And you will not be able to do that if you cannot analyze the problem well so that you are able to formulate what we call a problem statement. This is because all projects we implement will always address certain specific community challenges or certain informational gaps for research, either specific community challenges or certain informational gaps. It is critical, therefore, that as a fundraiser who is going to sit and develop a proposal, it is important that you have the facts at your fingertips. Know and analyze the problem well. Know and analyze the problem well. If your proposal will not present a convincing problem statement, then the donor will not be able to understand why you want the money. You want the money to help you address the problem that you have identified. What is my problem? My problem is malnutrition among children under the age of 5 attending schools within my locality, my district. That is my problem. But it is me who understands that problem. The donor may not understand that problem. So the donor relies on me, and the donor relies on this section of your proposal called problem statement. There is a section called problem statement in your project proposal, which the donor wants to read. The donor wants to read your problem statement so that they are left convinced that this really is not an imaginary problem, it is a real problem. But for you to write this section correctly, problem statement, you have to have the facts. And you don't have the facts, you don't get the facts without proper analysis of the situation. So know and analyze the problem well. When you analyze the problem well, you will be able to understand and to bring out what we call cause-effect relationship to the problem. There's something we call cause-effect relationship. And cause-effect relationship to a problem is more well analyzed and well brought out when you use a basic problem tree, a basic tool called problem tree analysis. That approach is the simplest that has been used in development world to bring out a problem. So we call it problem tree. Many times it brings a graphical presentation of what we call cause relationship, cause-effect relationship, where in my imagination of a very big tree, my tree has a trunk, my tree has roots, then my tree has branches and leaves. And the basic understanding of this tool is that it maps the link between the main issue, which is the key problem or the core problem, and the resulting problems, as well as its root causes. For instance, if I'm thinking on my toes with you, colleagues, and I say that my problem is malnutrition for children under the age of 5 attending schools in a certain locality, let's say in Hargeisa region of Somalia. That is my problem. I assume I'm working in Somalia, and I am a public health program development officer. And my problem is that I am seeing an increase in number of children presenting with malnutrition symptoms within the age of 5 within that area. That will be my core problem. I would present that as the trunk of the tree. That is the trunk of my tree. Malnutrition among children under the age of 5 attending schools in Hargeisa County, Somalia. But I don't know what is causing this. I don't know what is causing this. So I need to dig deeper so that I can be able to see what are the causes. But it is easier to understand the consequences. Probably one of them will be increased cases of morbidity. Children being ill and out of school many days of the week. Averagely 2 days in a week, a child misses classes, a child misses schooling. I'm thinking on my toes. That's a symptom. That's a consequence. Remember, we were talking about cause effect. That's an effect of malnutrition. We are seeing 1 in 10 children losing their lives to common illnesses. That could be an effect of malnutrition. But if you don't read, if you don't analyze, you don't read, you don't analyze, then there is nothing you are going to write. Remember what we said, that one of the fundamentals of success is that you must be in love with reading, with writing, with analysis. So if I had that as my problem, I would have a number of causes to it presented by the roots, and I would have a number of effects to that type of a problem presented through like the leaves of that tree. So the problem tree tool is one of our most basic approaches for problem analysis, which therefore enables us to write a section in our proposal called problem statement. Remember, there is no proposal that does not have a description of the problem. And that is where the donor first wants to begin to feel what we are feeling. The donor looks at the problem statement page to be able to begin to feel what we are feeling. You are very emphatic about what you are feeling. And you are so passionate about solving this problem. But the donor will not take you on board until when they have read your problem statement and are convinced from what you are describing, from the citations that you are making, from the statistics you are giving, that really this is a problem worth addressing, so that they begin to work with you in solving the problem. They will begin to work with you in solving the problem once they are convinced, number one, that the problem is real. And it is your duty and your task to convince the donor that the problem is real. The problem tree enables you also to understand, and after analysis, to bring out what we call the effects of the problem. Effects, as I have said, are presented using the tree branches, the branches and the leaves of the tree. Those gives you the effects. In your proposal, there will be a section called project justification. Project justification is an opportunity section for you. An opportunity section to show the donor that really there are compelling reasons to address this problem. But what are the compelling reasons? You get that from analyzing the effects of your problem. Just like I have hinted to you, if malnutrition for children under the age of 5 attending schools in Hargeisa County are not addressed or is not addressed, what are the consequences? What are the effects? I have just hinted to you that it is not possible that children will be consistent in attending school, as many of them fall ill more frequently and miss schooling days. I'm thinking on my toes. So you will be convincing the donor that if malnutrition for children, among children under the age of 5 is not addressed, it is less likely that we are going to have optimum participation and attendance of children in school in that particular region. And likely increased morbidity and mortality among this particular cohort will be a nightmare, not only to the government, but also to the parents and to the community in general. Now, the donor wants to feel you. As you write, the donor wants to feel you. The donor wants to believe you. And these are some of the sections that the donor wants to see. We are going to look at proposal sections anyway, later on. But I just want to begin to preempt that type of discussion so that you can know the link, the serious link between good analysis of a problem scenario and what you are going to write at a later date. So therefore, the cause-effect relationship of a problem is brought clearly using a problem tree analysis tool. And I would want to ask you in your own free time to look at the assignment sheet, part of which we are now just beginning to look at here, to draw at least a tree. Draw at least a tree using one of those examples. For example, we have an example of a problem scenario here: frequent fuel tanker disasters in Nigerian roads. The other one is high HIV incidence rates in higher learning institutions in Malawi. Cholera outbreaks in Masaka slums in Kampala. These are imaginary situations, they're not real. High cases of drug resistance to malaria treatment in Durban. So we pick, in your own free time, pick any of these problem scenarios and draw a tree. Draw a tree and share with the workshop coordinator as a Word attachment so that we can be able to see at the end of the day whether you can be able to think on your toes. Choose frequent fuel tanker disasters in Nigerian roads. This is the core of a problem. What could be the driving factors? What are the causes? And what are the effects? So that you can be able to show the donor that this particular problem is worth addressing and worth addressing urgently. Pick on this, number 3, cholera outbreaks in Masaka slums in Kampala. What are driving these outbreaks? In your imagination, what are the effects? If this is not addressed, what are the effects? Yes, thank you, Nicole, for giving the link, admin@tcc-africa.org. So I want to see some of those assignments. I want to see some of those trees with at least, listen please, with at least 3 main causes. The roots should be, so your tree should have 3 big roots. Each root represents a cause. And your tree should have 4 big branches, and each sub will have a sub branch, branches and sub branches. For example, if we have cholera outbreaks in Masaka, one of the branches of my tree would be high cases of morbidity, high cases of people falling sick. Beyond that, which will be my leaf, will be high cases of mortality related to cholera. So, because I'm thinking on my toes and you're thinking with a pen and paper, you should be able to be better placed to come up with a very good tree. Still on trees, not yet on the donor, still on trees. The problem tree will be able to begin to help you to think strategically so that you can be able to bring out a cause-effect relationship to a problem. The effects, as I have said, is what you need to be able to write what your section in the proposal called project justification. Project justification is about your reasoning as to why this particular problem needs to be addressed today, not tomorrow, not next year. Why do we need to address this problem today? The justification. And later on, when we are going to look at how to write the section justification, then again, you are going to see that justification as a section in your proposal is in 2 parts. There is a part that talks about why the problem needs to be addressed. And there is a second part that we are going to include, which talks about why you as a PI or you as an organization is the best suited to undertake that project. So we are going to talk about justification at a later stage of our discussions. So I have given you 4 case scenarios which you could use to draw your tree and share with the link, the email link that you have just been shared with, which Nicole has competently shared with us. And this is going to be a very important assignment for you. So that was about problem analysis. All project proposals will begin at problem analysis. Once you have done that competently, you begin to think about who among these many donors that we know can be able to look at our proposal favorably. Once you have identified and analyzed your problem, it is incumbent upon us, colleagues, to determine where our resources will come from. Who is likely to support us? And we always say there should be a match between your project and the grants you seek by looking for consistency between the purpose and goals of your project and the funder. You now know that your problem is about malnutrition. You now know that your problem is touching children under the age of 5 who are attending schools. So you know that this is not a problem of food security in the house. You know this is a problem of malnutrition. You know the problem is about children. So who is likely to support you? Is it UNICEF? Is it Norwegian Church Aid? Is it Ministry of Health? Is it Ministry of Agriculture? Is it Ministry of Roads? It is upon you now to draw a link, a consistency link between your project goal, your project purpose, and the funder, so that your project falls purely and perfectly in line with what that donor is known to fund predominantly. So we say in the last bullet, as you can see, that you need to seek to know the source and the donor well, including what and how the donor funds and what it funds more predominantly. The donor could be interested in projects supporting children. But if you look at the donor more keenly, you will realize that, yes, they support children's initiatives, but they are more towards basic education than about nutrition. So you have to be very careful. Seek to know the source and the donor well, including what and how the donor funds and what it funds more predominantly. Let's look at the word how the donor funds. Let's look at the word how. How does the donor fund? Maybe from the information you have about the donor says the first contact should be through a letter of inquiry. The donor says we shall invite concept notes, 3-page concept note or 5-page concept notes. Follow that. Where possible, make direct contact with that particular potential funder who supports projects like yours, so that you can be able to request for guidelines as well as lists of projects previously funded, perhaps even the annual report where available. Make a lot of inquiry about how the donor funds. How, remember I'm talking about how it funds. What are the average size of grants? What are the funding ranges or awards that have been given? So that you don't present a project of $500,000 for a donor that can only fund up to $100,000. It will be a lot of waste of your time. Get as much of the relevant details as possible from your potential donor, so that your project proposal, as you are going to propose it, is well focused to what interests that donor. In conclusion, we say, colleagues, that simply I must do my research well on the donor before I submit my proposal. I should simply do my research well on the donor before I submit my proposal. Because as you are going to realize, and as many of you may have realized, it takes a lot of time and resources to develop a good proposal. So it is not fair for me to sit and develop a proposal only to submit it to a donor who will not look at it. It's not fair. is not good use of my time. It's not good use of my resources. So I would avoid it as much as possible. So finding the funding source, it is important for me before I submit my proposal or even before I get to start working. Then, when I'm writing and when I will be submitting as my step 3 of proposal planning and submission, it is important for me to look at my project proposal, both as an insider and also as an outsider. Think about this. Think about this broadly. Look at my proposal. How do I look at my proposal as an insider? The insider in me is the narrow view that we are talking about. Myself, as the writer of the proposal, I'm looking at the narrow view because that is my view. I believe in myself. I believe that I'm writing the right things. So that's a narrow view. But the broad view is the view of an outsider. So I always say to colleagues writing proposals that as much as it is me writing the proposal, I should also think about how somebody else will look at my arguments. That is then the broad view. And it enables me to critique my own work. How will somebody else probably dispute the claims that I make in technical arguments? If, for example, I'm saying that from the records of the Ministry of Health, a lot of cases of a lot of incidents of malnutrition for children under the age of 5 has been attributed to lack of knowledge among the parents and caregivers on what type of foods to give to the children. If that is the argument I'm making, how will somebody else maybe dispute it or support it? But if I'm writing a research project, I need to ask myself, what other people in and outside my area would likely see in my arguments as a contribution? How will my contribution help in the wider dissemination of knowledge around malnutrition? And this will help me to write my justification section if it is a research justification. Why should my research be funded? If I say that my research will be able to provide critical knowledge to the Ministry of Education in formulating school feeding programs, then I should be able to say that. So what is my research going to be of benefit to the wider community? I should be able to write that. So I should be able to consider both practical and theoretical contributions that my proposed project or research is going to have on the wider development and wider research field. So I'm supposed to treat my application as an academic argument, if you want to say so. Let me be able to treat my application as an argument. It is my argument to the donor. And that argument should be very passionate. And I should be very passionate. Think about those proposals that you have written before. Think about them. Think about this proposal that you are going to write tomorrow or next week. Think about how your passion for it is going to be demonstrated. Think about how you are going to make it a strong argument to a donor to give you the resources you need to be able to implement the solutions that you have come up with. Think about it. Be passionate about your research. Be passionate about your development project so that the donor may see the passion in you, in your arguments. So as you write the project, be clear, coherent, and compelling. For instance, do socioeconomic factors, income, education, employment play a role in non-fatal traffic injury incidents and severity? So therefore, avoid being vague. For instance, will holding workshops reduce school violence? Those are some of the vague arguments that and hypotheses that we see in project proposals, especially in research. But remember, make sure that all your citations are complete and listed as requested, so that somebody does not doubt your authenticity. Make sure all your citations, references are complete. Consider this, for example. How will this project contribute to science? When you are writing, ask those questions. Bring out the answers to these questions. Bring out the answers. How will my project contribute to science? How will my project contribute to knowledge? How will my project contribute to innovation? Why will your proposal be chosen over others for funding? That is the passion that I'm talking about. Passion. Treat it as an argument. Put your argument forward so that the donor can be convinced as much as you also do. Think about knowledge translation. At the point of writing your proposal, create an argument for knowledge translation. Remember that knowledge translation should be part and parcel of what you want to do with your project. What are you supposed to do? That is on the assumption that as you implement your project, you are going to generate critical knowledge that is important. Important to the wider development and wider research world, to the wider academic world. So what are we supposed to do? In our write-up, let us define a dynamic process that involves knowledge synthesis, knowledge dissemination, and even to a large extent, exchange and ethical use of knowledge to improve processes and welfare of a people. And I want to re-emphasize, colleagues, in this particular instance, that this is one of the reasons why our research project proposals sometimes don't get the money that we want, because we forget that we are going to generate knowledge. And we forget that donors are not going to fund our projects just for the sake of it. Donors are going to fund our projects so that, one, we are able to address a challenge, and two, we are able to generate knowledge. So if we generate knowledge, we must therefore have a plan for knowledge dissemination. Define the process by which you will transfer. Knowledge dissemination. Define the process by which you will transfer knowledge within and across the settings. Such as expectation that knowledge will be used for learning, for behavior change. This part is very critical. Define the process of knowledge dissemination. Then observe application guidelines strictly. This sounds funny because we don't begin to apply for a grant until we realize we understand the guidelines from the donor. But many times we forget to follow the guidelines strictly. For example, the donor says, my proposal should be 5 pages. And any other page, any other document should be treated as attachments. Please follow that. The donor says, my budget should be half a page. Please follow that. The donor says, my proposal must be reached, must have arrived 5 days before the deadline. Let's stick to that. And where we are using English as a way of communication, let's use basic English and avoid unnecessary ambiguities. Where we use acronyms, make sure that they are spelled out fully when used for the first time. Sometimes the donor says the proposal should be in font size 12 or font type and size, it should be adhered to, because there is a reason why they will say font type should be this or Times New Roman, and size should be font size 12. Let's stick to that so that the donor does not knock us out because of simple technicalities that we could have avoided. Basic English, avoid jargon. Step 4, when we find ourselves submitting, we have submitted our proposal, there could be an opportunity for negotiation with donors before our proposal is approved, or in the process of approving the proposal. When you reach that point, we say the proposal writer or the project holder should generally adopt flexibility and assertiveness in the process of that back and forth with the sponsor or with the donor. Remember, whenever you are called upon to provide some clarification, or whenever you are called upon to say something about your position in the proposal, what you have proposed, remember to defend your position with humble assertiveness. Bearing in mind that there is a golden rule when we are negotiating with donors, or when we are engaging with potential donors, or when we are engaging with our donors. There's a golden rule that is not written, that the donor is always right. Let's always put this to mind when we are negotiating. And I want to say that negotiations here may start even before your project is approved. Sometimes negotiations will start before your project is approved, just after submission. The back and forth with the donor could start even before the donor makes a decision about your project. Please have this golden rule in mind, that the donor is always right. But when you are in this process of negotiation, or this process of back and forth with the donor, demonstrate your knowledge of the problem. Remember, it is you who has proposed to solve a certain problem. The donor's position is simply to create a link or a fix between what you are proposing to do and what their mandate is in negotiations. It is upon you to show the donor that your problem is well constituted. It is upon you to show the donor that you understand the problem as you have expressed it. It is upon you to show the donor during negotiations that you know what your problem is. So we have a small exercise in terms of this concept, which I want to share with you through Nicole. An assignment on donor negotiations. In your assignment write-up, there is 2 basic scenarios. Hello, sorry. We want to share an assignment. You have a Word document. You have a Word document. So I'll refer you to page 3 of that Word document. I refer you to page 3 of the Word document, background scenario 1 and background scenario 2. Background scenario 1, where we are talking about BIP Research Center has submitted a grant proposal to Grand Challenges Canada. Wave 2 to roll out mass measles immunization campaign for children under 5 in 3 southern states of Western Equatoria, Central and Eastern Equatoria in South Sudan. In response, Grand Challenges Canada has sent you the following email. So you have that email from Grand Challenges Canada. So they're asking you to write an email response to Bill Gates Foundation or Grand Challenges Canada, borrowing from the principle of assertiveness and flexibility in donor negotiations. Let me say something about the same, assertiveness and flexibility. We say that when called upon in the back and forth with the donor, the 2 attributes that help us are given as flexibility and assertiveness. Flexibility is the attribute that recognizes that somebody else may have a genuine but different opinion from yours, and that you are able to listen to that alternative opinion and adopt to it. Remember what we have said, that in negotiations, there's a rule that is not written anywhere, that the donor is always right. But the attribute of assertiveness guides you to accept that you had a point also, and that there are reasons why you chose the direction that you are talking about. So the donor here says, we are in receipt of your project proposal and are pleased with the work as you have proposed it. Now listen to this. The board is, however, a bit uncomfortable with the budget on purchases of 22 Land Cruiser vehicles, as the costs are just excessive. We await your responses in this regard. Now, look at the email from the donor. We are in receipt of your project. The donor says, we are pleased with the work as you have proposed it. Remember, the donor has not accepted to give you money. That is important. But the donor says something here which is very important for you as a fundraiser. We are pleased with the work as you have proposed it. So already the donor is giving you very positive compliments here. But again, there's something they are saying that the board is, however, a bit uncomfortable with the budget on purchase of 22 Land Cruiser vehicles. Look at that. Look at that. And treat it with some level of caution. The board is, however, a bit uncomfortable with the budget on purchases of 22 Land Cruiser vehicles, as the costs are just excessive. We await your responses in this regard. Very tricky, but very, very juicy also. So in your own way, in your own time, that will be after 4 o'clock today, Kenyan time. Please choose one of these problem scenarios. What is the second problem scenario? Background scenario 2. This is more difficult. You have submitted a project proposal to Swedish Cooperative Fund, which has been approved. Here they have approved the funding to a maximum of €30 over 2 years. The fund requests for a profile of key staff who will manage the project. Unfortunately, on receiving the project staff details, which you have given them, the fund writes back as follows, so you can read that. In groups, discuss, analyze, and respond to this concern in less than 500 words. Look at that. These are some of the typical scenarios that we have encountered in the process of dealing with funding agencies. Now look at that background scenario number 2. Thank you for this submission. We have reviewed the staffing profile for the project and noted that the competencies thereon are sufficient to steer the proposed project. Listen to those words. However, the technical review teams in Stockholm were a bit hesitant with the position of the finance officer, whom we have worked with before in a different organization and with whom we had lots of integrity issues. Take your mind back. Take your mind back to what we were talking about, integrity, credibility. And we said that integrity must be seen. It must not just be said. What is the donor saying? The technical review team in Stockholm were a bit hesitant with the position of the finance officer, whom we have worked with before in a different organization and had lots of integrity issues. What is the donor saying? Pick out that. It is our considered opinion that this matter needs to be dealt with sufficiently before we could proceed with signing of grants contract documents. This is a funding that has been approved for you, but there's something standing in between you and the fund. In your own way, discuss this, okay? Analyze and respond to this concern. So choose which background scenario you want to respond to, or choose or pick the two, and share with us what your responses would be. Again, through the email contact that Nicole had just shared. So that now you have two assignments already. So you have your in-tray full. What would be your responses for background scenario number 1? What would be your responses for background scenario number 2? Share everything with admin@tcc-africa.org. We shall be looking at your responses, and we shall have a short session tomorrow morning on what you shall have discussed. Background scenario number 2. What would be your response to what will be your responses to the Grand Challenges Canada? Background scenario number 2. What will be your response to Swedish Cooperative Society? If you are the project organization, you are the project manager, or you are the person in charge, the donor wants you to respond. Scenario number 1, they want you to respond to the issue of the land cruisers. Scenario number 2, they want you to respond to the issue of the finance officer, whom they seem to know very well and they had issues with. What are your responses? So that is your assignment. Number 2. I hope we all have the assignments. I hope we can be able to see the assignment documents, the assignment sheet. It has the assignment sheet you should be having has 9 pages. Please, Nicole, share the assignments through every means at your disposal. Let's take about 5 minutes with Nicole to share the assignments so that we all can be able to have the assignments with us. Five minutes, Nicole, to share the assignment document. It's 9 pages. Those who have the assignments can continue working on it. You either choose one, or you work on both. You can choose the first program background scenario for the immunization campaign, or you can work on the background scenario number 2. If you are very fast, you can work on both background scenario 1, background scenario 2. These are some of the types of scenarios that you are going to meet in the process of engaging with donors. Background scenario 1, background scenario 2. Choose one of them or both and share with us what your responses would have been if you were in that position. I hope we all have accessed the assignment sheet. The assignment document is 9 pages. We are working with page 3, group discussions and work on donor negotiation skills, practicals. That's where we are, page 3. You can pick one of the scenarios and do a write-up. If you are fast enough, you can pick both of them. So we have 2 big assignments: the assignment on problem tree and the assignment on donor negotiation skills. So we can take about 10 minutes to work on this assignment, and then we break for lunch. That will be 1 o'clock Kenyan time, or we have a break for those who are not yet at lunch. And then we shall reconvene at 13:40. 13:40 Kenyan time. That gives us 30 minutes to relax, to have some snack. Then we start our afternoon session at 13:40 Kenyan time. Nicole, confirm that we are working on the assignments. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we've had a good working rest. We had an assignment to do from the discussions on donor negotiation skills. And like we did with the proposal preamble, I invite 5 people to share with us what they have in terms of the project background scenarios in the negotiations. The first 5 people to share with us what were your responses, what would have been your responses in background scenario 1. If you have chosen background scenario 1, what would have been your responses if you had chosen background scenario number 2? The first 5 people should share with us just one response, not 2, even if you did 2. Remember, we said in our discussions that these are some of the areas, scenarios that we may find ourselves confronting when we engage with donors. Remember, we said that negotiations can start even before your project is approved. Negotiations can start when you just submit your proposal. Negotiations can start when your project has been approved and you are even implementing. Negotiations can start even when you are about to finish your project. It is all negotiations. As long as there is an issue between you and the donor, which requires either you take up some actions or the donor takes up some actions, either before, during your implementation, or when you are just about to finish your project. All these constitutes negotiation processes. And above everything else, remember what we said, that there is a rule that is not written, that the donor is always right. So welcome, and share with us something that you have come up with. You are the VIP Research Center. The donor is very pleased with your project as you have proposed it, but the donor is uncomfortable with the budget on purchase of land cruisers. How would you have reacted to this? The donor wants to hear you. How would you have reacted to this? The donor says, we await your responses in this regard. Do you want to say, yes, we made a mistake? Do you want to say we must have these land cruisers? Do you want to say we are going to buy less or we are going to do something else? What would you have said? Welcome, colleagues. Let's get the first presentation through video. Benjamin, are you there? Are you the one speaking? Hello. Shall we get a presenter to share with us?
Hello, I can share what I had written.
Yes, Maureen.
Do I just read out my email?
Yes, please.
Okay. Dear Grand Challenges Canada, thank you for your response with regard to our proposal. We are glad that you are pleased with our work on the intended project. We have hereby noted the concerns raised by your board regarding our budget on the vehicles as being excessive. We would humbly like to remind you, as outlined on our project proposal, of the importance of having these vehicles. Our area of focus is quite a large geographical area, having 22 sub-counties. The project is intimated to have a presence in each of these counties, with the project officers traversing great distances for their day-to-day activities. To facilitate adequate mobility, it is therefore essential that this number of vehicles is acquired. That said, we are open to acquiring previously owned or second-hand vehicles as opposed to brand new vehicles as calculated in our budget. This should bring down our budget by about 30%. Additionally, we can buy the vehicles in 4 batches within each quarter of the year, as opposed to buying all of them at once. This can be arranged to coincide with the establishment of the centers at each sub-county, since there will be a staggered plan for their rollout. It is our hope that this arrangement will ease your concern. We await a favorable response from you. Yours sincerely, Maureen Mungai, the Grant Manager of BJP Research Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you for listening to the donor. Mungai, are you there?
Yes, Dr. I'm here.
Yes, I'm speaking to you and to all of us. That was a very good way of listening to the donor. You have actually said it. You have brought out the issue of flexibility, the attribute of flexibility. That sounds quite eloquently in your email response. You have also tried to show the attribute of assertiveness by explaining why the land cruisers were thought to be necessary. So thank you very much, except that when you, Maureen, when you say we would like to remind you, maybe some colleagues in the workshop may also share with others what they think. But the word we would like to remind you, just listen to it again yourself, Maureen. Let's listen to that word again, or that phrase. We would like to remind you, so that when left on our own, we can be able to either adopt it as a good way of expressing ourselves, or something that we could change. So Maureen, think about it yourself. Let others also think with you. And maybe I would like to listen to somebody say something about just that particular phrase, Maureen, as you still digest it yourself. Somebody, please.
Can I talk? Can I go?
Pamela?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for that good work that you have done. However, if you use the word reminding someone this is a donor, remember, he's not aware of the terrain of where you are going to work. So you need to give him the actual scenario on the ground. So you are there, you are telling them. And when we were going through report writing, proposal writing, so you should be very clear with what you are writing. Because reminding is like, this person knows what you are doing, where you are, but now you are reminding that person of something maybe he never know. He knew, but now he's trying to have an oversight over. So I think you could have used the right word, like you are informing them of the terrain of that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Maureen. I'm sure you are listening. Remind you, Pamela, you have brought up very important reasoning around that particular wording or that particular phrase. We would like to remind you. I want to listen to another opinion just around the phrase. We would like to remind you.
I would say,
Benjamin?
Yeah, I would say it's more like pay attention, like did you forget? I said this already. So it might not be as, I mean, for me, if you try to remind me, like, oh, did I forget something? I mean, I've read it and I called the attention to this. So it's more like telling me you didn't read properly, read it again, or remember what I told you before. So it's more or less to, I would use a word that won't instigate that feeling of forgetfulness or not paying attention. I'll probably elaborate without using the word remind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Maureen. Maureen, I'm sure you can say something now.
I get the point that you're trying to say. Maybe it comes off being a bit, how do I put it? You're pushing them too much.
Maybe to use a very bad word.
Yes,
it sounds a bit rude.
Exactly. Perhaps we could use the word reiterate. We would like to reiterate the importance. Is that a bit softer?
Yes, that's a bit mild. That's mild enough.
Okay, then duly noted. I will replace that with reiterate.
Read your email again, Maureen, replacing the word we would like to remind you by the word we wish to reiterate. We wish to reiterate.
Okay, okay.
That's your email again.
I read through the entire email?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, dear Grant Challenges Canada, thank you for your response with regards to our proposal. We are glad that you are pleased with our work on the intended project. We have hereby noted the concerns raised by your board regarding our budget on the vehicles as being excessive. We would humbly like to reiterate the importance, as outlined on our project proposal, of the importance of having these vehicles. Our area of focus is quite large, is quite a large geographical area, having 22 sub-counties. The project is intimated to have a presence in each of these sub-counties, with project officers traversing great distances for their day-to-day activities. To facilitate adequate mobility, it is therefore essential that this number of vehicles is acquired. That said, we are open to acquiring previously owned or second-hand vehicles as opposed to brand new vehicles as calculated in our budget. This should bring down our budget by 30%. Additionally, we can buy the vehicles in 4 batches within each quarter of the year as opposed to all of them at once. This can be arranged to coincide with the establishment of the centers at each sub-county, since there will be a staggered plan for their rollout. It is our hope that this arrangement will ease your concern. We await a favorable response from you. Yours sincerely, Maureen Mungai.
Thank you very much for sharing with us that very insightful thought.
You're welcome.
Which should have gone to that email, should you have been the one to whom the donor addressed. Thank you. I'm going to share again with the whole team the background of that project and probably how we went around it. Another presentation, please. Thank you, Maureen. Another presentation, please. Do we have a presentation?
Is it the same scenario 1?
Which one did you attempt, Pamela?
Both.
Okay, share with us, Pamela, share with us the second scenario.
Let me look at it.
Pamela?
Yeah, I'm looking for it and then I'm reading right away.
All right. Pamela, we are waiting. Pamela, we are waiting.
Okay, fine. Allow me to read. I'm where there is a lot of noise in the office. So this one is concerning the finance officer.
Yes.
So this is how I did it. Dear African Grants, so I hope this email finds you well. We are pleased and honored to have our project proposal approved for funding by the Swedish Cooperative Fund for a maximum of 875,000 euros over the next 2 years. We greatly appreciate your support and trust in our visions and capabilities. We have received your feedback regarding the staffing profile for the project, particularly you are concerned about the finance officer. We understand the importance of maintaining high standard of integrity and transparency, especially in finance management roles. So to address these concerns, we have initiated an internal review of the finance officer's role and background check to understand the issues you have highlighted. Since we conducted interviews and 3 people were suitable for this position. Secondly, currently we are conducting a search for an alternative candidate with a proven track record of integrity and experience in managing similar projects. We aim to identify and appoint a suitable placement as soon as possible. Moving forward, we will implement stricter due diligence processes for a critical project position to ensure that our team meets the highest standard of professionals and ethical conduct. We are committed to resolving this matter swiftly to proceed with the signing of the grant contract documents without further delay. We will keep you informed of our progress and aim to submit the revised staffing profile with a new finance officer candidate for your review within the next 2 weeks. Thank you for understanding and cooperation. Please let us know if there are any additional steps or specific requirements you would like us to follow to address this concern satisfactorily. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and successful implementation with this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. I want to invite one participant to share some thoughts about the email Pamela has just shared with us. Any inputs to that presentation by Pamela?
I've used 350 words.
It's okay, Pamela. I realize that. Some inputs to that email by Pamela, that response by Pamela. Some inputs from one of us. Any presentation? If no input for Pamela, any other presentation? Pamela, you are being requested to read your response again.
Okay, fine.
Benjamin, please listen to her.
So Benjamin, are you able to hear me now? So this is my response. So the subject will be response to SCF concerns regarding finance officer for approval project proposal. So dear African Grants Desk, so I don't know who is, so that is the word I've used. I hope this email finds you well. We are pleased and honored to have our project proposal approved for funding by the Swedish Cooperative Fund, SCF, for a maximum of 875,000 euros over the next 2 years. We greatly appreciate your support and trust in our vision and capabilities. We have received your feedback regarding the staffing profile for the project, particularly your concerns about the finance officer. We understand the importance of maintaining high standard of integrity and transparency, especially in the finance management roles. To address your concerns, we have come out with the following actions. One, we have initiated, and it is a flowing, so that one's just myself saying. So to address your concerns, we have taken the following actions. We have initiated an internal review of the finance officer's role and background check to understand the issues you have highlighted. Concurrently, we conducted interviews for the people, and we had 3 people who were suitable for these positions. So we are therefore going to conduct a search for an alternative candidate with a proven track record of integrity and experience in managing similar projects. We aim to identify and appoint a suitable replacement as soon as possible. Moving forward, we will therefore implement stricter due diligence processes for all critical project positions to ensure that all team meets the highest standard of professional and ethical conduct. We are committed to resolving these matters swiftly to proceed with the signing of the grant contract documents without further delay. We will keep you informed of our progress and aim to submit the revised staffing profile with a new finance officer candidate for your review within the next 2 weeks. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Please let us know if there are any additional steps or specific requirements you'd like us to follow to address this concern satisfactorily. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and successful implementing this project. Best regards, Pamela Otieno, the CEO of PICO CBO, contact pamela.otieno@pico.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Benjamin, any inputs?
Yeah, this is very great response, I must say. I was just thinking about so Pamela agrees that the key officer picked already has a problem, and okay, so let me just go with what I have is the fact that she quickly explained, she acknowledged the concern, and then she also shared the process they went, how transparent the process of selection was, and the individual they picked happened to be the person that they have concern with. And the team is willing to make amends and to be more rigorous subsequently. My take is, I don't know if that will appease the donor or if it will be good enough for them, but I think I acknowledge the fact that she acknowledged the concern, and then she also showed them that they did all they could to get the best candidate. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I don't think I have any other thing to say, because that's a very tricky issue. Also, they didn't explain, they just said they have concern and they have some issues of financial integrity with the individual. So it's difficult to interpret that in its full extent. But I think I appreciate our response. Thank you. I just hope it's good enough for the donor.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for your inputs. Any other presentation? Let's get one more presentation on background scenario number 1. Then I want to come back to you, Benjamin and Pamela, with a question. Any other presentation? Any other presentation from team members? Okay, if there isn't any, Pamela and Benjamin, if this finance officer was already a staff member of your organization who has probably worked with you for 2 years, then this email comes, would you have treated the matter differently, Benjamin?
Yes, if he had been a staff and I am aware of his competence and his ability to, his professional prowess, like he does things transparently. But that has to be the case, because if that is not the case, then that means my company also's reputation is at stake. So if that is the situation, I would treat the case differently, in the sense that our whole company or organization is on the line. So now it's either I try to go to the root of the matter, request for a detailed analysis of their concern, and then also have a conversation with my staff to know if there's something that's happened, if it's outside of our organization. But if it's a dealing that our organization was involved in and this concern is there, I would ask for a detailed report of the concerns they have. And probably, because if he has been working for my organization, we're all involved now. So that would be, and we'll probably have a better way of answering that query. Maybe something we did that was not totally aligned with the requirement of our grant that needed to be sorted out, or have a good explanation for why we took, or he took that action on behalf of our organization. That's the way I would look at it.
Thank you, Benjamin. Pamela, how would you have handled it if this was staff who has worked with you for some time?
Okay, thank you very much. Each and every organization, it has the policy on standard operating procedures, but the ones which cuts across is all the organization, even in the government, however government there's a bit of lax, is the integrity issue and accountability. When you were taking us through in the morning, there is a place where you talked about the donor might be very reluctant if you don't search your proposal donor well. If this organization had worked with another county in another organization, but encounter such integrity issues, then you might lose your lose your funding. So in case this is a continuing staff and it has integrity issues, then automatically this you have to dismiss. Because I can even give an example where one of our staff was found with the issue of integrity. In fact, he received money from a client. Then he was given a compulsory leave while the deal was being conducted. And you know, the organization had to report to the TOR so that the TOR not get from the ground, but organization has to report it as they continue with their what do I call investigation, with the investigation. Yes. So when he was found guilty, because there were M-Pesa transactions, the staff was dismissed. So integrity, accountability, and other issues like safeguarding issues like child abuse, client abuse. So this one is very, and gender-based violence. So they are very, it cuts across. So if it was a continuing staff, that shows a lot, because that integrity which has been found, which means there are underlying issues. So automatically, first you will be given a compulsory leave as investigation continues, and then we compile a report and we submit while finding guilty. So that is it.
Okay, thank you very much, Pamela and Benjamin, for your sharing. And now I want us to jump out from the negotiation table, and I want to conclude by saying that if these scenarios were given to 10 different organizations, there would likely be 10 different ways of approaching them. But what is important is that you are able to balance between being flexible and being assertive. I want to share with you, Pamela and Benjamin and the rest of us, on the background scenario number one, which is a real project that I was heading somewhere in Juba. And because of this, we took some time and we were able to take a different approach to it. But we took some time. We negotiated with the government in Juba, and the government was able to come on board. So what we did is that, Maureen, I hope you are listening, Maureen.
Yes, I'm listening, Dr.
Yes, that was a real project in Juba. What we did was that we then negotiated with the government and gave us the government Land Rovers. So within that arrangement, what we were to do then, which was a completely different approach, was, and then we discussed it with the donor, is that we were going to pay the government drivers a certain fraction of what they get from the government. as an out-of-pocket allowance, and then we were fueling the government vehicles. In fact, when we presented that plan to the donor, it was a win-win situation. One, because we were able to bring in a new level of collaboration between our organization and the government of South Sudan, in the sense that we were now going to use their vehicles, we used their drivers, but we were only going to give a small token of appreciation to the drivers and fuel the vehicles. You know, for us, we adopted a lot of flexibility. We lost on the opportunity to buy those vehicles, but we were able to gain a lot of confidence of the donor and also gain a lot of confidence of the government. So it was a complete win situation. And when the project was concluded, one of the things that the donor told us is that they would like to work with us again on a different project. Now it is the donor who was asking us to undertake a new project on their behalf. So, Maureen, you take your mind back to what we were discussing, the earlier fundamentals, where we're talking about collaboration, partnerships, and networking. And the argument that we had, that donors look at you differently when they see that you are able to embrace partnerships, you are able to embrace cooperation, partnerships and collaborations with other players. They look at you differently. That type of philosophy is an indication to them that you are an organization that adores credibility. So that is what we did. But just like I said, Maureen, given this type of a situation to 10 different organizations, you are likely to get 10 different approaches. But at the end of it all, what should come out clearly is, one, that you are flexible, and two, that you know why you requested for those items, or you know why that staff was on board in the first place. And just like Benjamin has said, in the second scenario, that's a very very delicate scenario, especially if that finance officer was already working with you. It's a very difficult scenario. Because when you take up the approach of dismissing that type of an officer because of what the donor is saying, then we also have some repercussions on you as an organization. Yet, if you decide to retain that finance officer because he has been working with you, then you also show the donor that you don't care about credibility, that he has worked with you for some time with such integrity issues, which you did not detect in the first place. Also, just like Benjamin says, is a red line for you as an organization. So these are not small issues, they're not simple issues, but they are issues that you are likely to meet when you're dealing with donors. Maureen?
Yes, Dr. I must say that was an ingenious solution you did right there, because I mean, especially working with government, most donors have the impression of government being a very stable partner to rely on. So having them in the books, definitely that was good to bring credibility and to gain the confidence of the donor.
Yes.
And as you said, there are many scenarios that could have played out depending on who is handling the situation. So it's just being about innovative and creative and seeing how you can be able to tackle a solution to bring benefit to all parties involved.
Exactly, Maureen. Thank you. So let's go to our next item of discussion. We want to look at...
Dr. Sorry for interrupting. Before we move on, Alex has been raising his hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see. Where is Alex? Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor and colleagues. I've been raising, I wanted to make some contribution on the the second scenario.
Oh, Alex,
where,
you're welcome.
Yeah, okay. When you asked about, in any case, the staff was already an established person for over 2 years, how one could have taken a decision. But
Alex,
I think...
Alex, just a minute. Well, you are from which country?
I'm in Uganda.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So, according to me, before someone gets employed in an organization like that, first of all, any organization or any project group has some core values that are to be expressed. One of which is accountability.
Correct.
And then integrity.
Correct.
And then credibility.
Yes.
And then accountability is part of it.
Yes.
And before a person gets employed, there must be some agreement or the terms and conditions of the service that the person is going to provide. And if necessary, the person has to sign a memorandum of understanding with the organization.
Correct.
In which everything is stipulated, including the do's and the don'ts of working. So within that same memorandum of understanding, I think one part of it should be, in any case you do this, what is going to happen? So this person is supposed to have read that memorandum of understanding comprehensively, understand and sign. Yes. So in any case, it means when this employee goes wrong, I think the judgment is based on the terms and conditions that were prescribed in the memorandum of understanding. Yes. So if it was clearly said that, for example, if you misbehave, or in any case we get any information, wrong information about you, you are definitely going to be terminated. I think to me, this person will not have any complaint when the donor send that information that he or she has issues of credibility or ethical issues. Because that one has been well mentioned in the memorandum of understanding and the terms and conditions of the organization. And when you look at that position of an accountant, given the high rate of corruption currently in most parts of the world, it is not easy to tolerate such kind of situations, because at the end, it will send you, the manager of the project, into problem with the donors and even the community where you offer the service to, because the benefit of any project is supposed to be gained by the people. The beneficiaries are supposed to benefit. So if one person, the accountant, has taken everything for him or for herself, then it affects the credibility of the project. So to me, taking that decision of terminating that person is not wrong, but it should be grounded on the terms and conditions of that project. Thank you very much. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Benjamin, for sharing your thoughts with the team. So we go to the next item, which is now talking about key concepts that we use when we write proposals. When we were discussing the proposal preamble document, there is a paragraph where we said the proposal enables us to provide comprehensive information, and some of that comprehensive information is provided using specific concepts or terminologies. And I want to share with you that when you become a 24-hour professional in writing proposals, these words will become very familiar to you. And they are the words that I want us to share this afternoon and finalize the discussions by giving an assignment based on these terminologies. In this presentation, we are going to look at what you will meet all the time, the concepts that you are going to meet all the time, the concepts that you will have to use all the time when you are developing proposals. And I always say that project proposals will always have a goal. And a goal, many times just expressed as project goal, is defined as the big result that a project eventually achieves for you, for the community. Project goal is always expressed as an end situation. I always call it an end product, the product of good programming, the product of good project execution, together with other supportive factors in and outside the project. That is what you get at the end of it all, and it is expressed as a goal. It is an end situation. I call it a finished product. And what is the example of a goal? I have shared with you an example. Remember, when we say it is expressed as an end situation, those are the key words, end situation, the best possible scenario that the planned intervention eventually attains. So look at example of a goal that I'm sharing: improved health and well-being for infants and children under 5 in Soweto suburbs. The other one, reduced crime rates in the central business district of Johannesburg. In many cases, colleagues, goal is equated to impact of a situation, of an implementation. Goal is associated or related to impact. Remember, goal is programmatic, concept, impact, which relates directly to goal, is an M&E concept. So when we are monitoring our work, at the point when we are monitoring whether we have achieved the goal, we shall be using the word impact. Have we achieved the impact? Have we achieved the goal in programs? If it is monitoring and evaluation, we say we are monitoring impact. It's called impact monitoring. Somebody can call it goal monitoring. I have shared 2 examples: improved health and well-being for infants and children under 5 in Soweto suburbs. The other one is reduced crime rates. Reduced crime rates. So in the central business district of Johannesburg, when you are asked to express a goal, think about it in terms of an end situation, a product, a finished product. But this is a situational description, goal. What are we going to have at the end of it all? We are going to have improved health and well-being for infants and children under 5. What are we going to see at the end of our intervention? Reduced crime rates in the central business district of Johannesburg. The other concept that we shall constantly be writing and talking about is what we call project objectives. This is quite familiar. We are so familiar to the word objective. Even in our day-to-day conversations, we talk about objectives, but in projects, we are more precise when we talk about objectives. What are objectives? I define objectives as a project purpose. Objectives represent what we desire to achieve in the medium term. For our interventions, remember, we have immediate result, we have medium-term results, and then we have long-term results. Now, medium-term results are measured in terms of quality. They are qualitative results within our projects. Those are the things that we call objectives. So an objective is therefore expressed as a statement of intention. Colleagues, it is so easy for me and you to confuse those two words, objectives and goal. They are not the same. Goal is a high-level result, an end situation. Objectives are intermediate situations which lead us to attaining the project goal. Intermediate situations. They are qualitative change situations. Things change. Things begin to change. As we implement our activities, things begin to change. What begins to change are what we capture in projects as objectives, the desired outcomes. And in your project proposal, you will always express your objectives as a statement of intention. That is why we express objectives starting with the word to do this, to do this. Look at my example. And before you look at my example, somebody said earlier, I don't know whether it was you, Benjamin, that in projects, objectives are supposed to be SMART. And you know the SMART concept, S-M-A-R-T, the SMART concept. So when we express our objectives, we must always think about whether the objectives meet the SMART criteria. Are they specific? Are they measurable targets? Are they targets that we can attain or we can achieve? Are they realistic? If they are realistic, is when we can attain them. And then those targets must be time-bound, and they must be change targets. They must be qualitative targets. They must be qualitative targets. So then we look at my example. To increase access and utilization of antenatal and postnatal care services by 30% among women in Kambea slums in Chad by end of 2024. What is specific here? What is measurable here? What is attainable here? What is realistic here? What is time-bound here? What is time-specific here? So remember, what we want to achieve in the intermediate must be achieved by end of 2024. So that is time. What are we going to measure? We are going to measure an increase of 30% access and utilization, not of anything else, but of antenatal and postnatal care. And who are we targeting? Still, we are being specific. Who are we targeting? We are targeting women. Where in particular? Kambea slums in Chad. So that there is no ambiguity when you express your project objectives. And remember that when we are doing evaluations, when we are monitoring and evaluating, we evaluate you in terms of your effectiveness and your efficiencies. One, in your activities, and two, in attaining your objectives. So for example, if this was your project objective and I was asked to evaluate you, I would just be looking at records for utilization, access and utilization of antenatal and postnatal care services. When did we start? When are we ending? So that by end of 2024, we can be able to look at the statistics and say, yes, we have been able to increase access and utilization by 30% or even more. And we are not going to look at any other area other than Kambea slums in Chad. Objectives are concerned. And in my experience of 24 years developing projects 24 years managing grant of 3 objectives. A good project should have a maximum, because a project, let's say your project is 1 year or your project is 2 years. Every objective will have, it might be difficult for you to effectively implement them. So in my experience, I develop proposals with a maximum with probably 10 different activities or 12 session work plan is something that is neat and I'm able to implement efficiently. So implementation and support goal. Alex?
Yes. I'm not even
Alex,
hearing you.
There?
I'm around, yes, but I'm not hearing you. Yeah, network, I think, is disturbing a bit.
Yes. Alex?
Yes, I'm around.
Are you able to listen?
Yeah, but it is on and off, on and off.
Oh, sorry. So I'm sharing.
Sorry, everyone. Give us 1 minute as we sort out the problem.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Pamela?
Yes, Doc.
You are listening through?
Yeah, I can hear you. Though I went out, when coming back, I couldn't hear anyone. Okay.
Are you now able to hear?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Thank you. So I'm just sharing some examples that are more research related to study and understand impacts of sound management practices on levels of employee motivation. I'm using examples that are picked from different parts of Africa and beyond. Analyze changes to consumer behavior in renewable energy, the 21st century in Thailand by end of March. So when you do your objectives, make sure that they are smart enough to avoid ambiguities. That is the most important thing. The objectives should be smart enough to avoid ambiguities. Smarting the objectives. That's the slide. So in formulating objectives, care must be taken specifically to state the objectives that are clear, well-written, and precise. Make objectives specific, significant, realistic, and achievable within your budget. Ensure that objectives flow logically from the statement of need and help address the problem. So when you develop your objectives, think about the problem that you have described. Think about the problem that you have articulated in your problem statement section. And when somebody is reading your problem statement section, and then that person comes to read through your objectives, they should be able to see a very coherent attempt by yourself to address those problems. Make objectives fall within the range of results, which are expected to be achieved within the limit of time, money, and human resources available. So look at your objectives and ask yourself questions. Shall I be able to achieve these objectives within the human resource capacity that I have? Shall I be able to achieve these objectives within the limits of the budget that I have developed for this project? Will I be able to achieve these objectives in line with the type of clientele that I'm going to serve within the geography that I have taken up for myself as a project? Will I be able to achieve this? State the objectives as far as possible in terms which allow measurements or at least observation of their achievement. Remember, we are going to measure your objectives. We are going to measure the extent to which you have been successful. So it's not a matter of just placing objectives there or to sound nice or to sound sophisticated. Sound realistic, as you have been told. Smarting the objectives. That slide, smarting the objectives, is supposed to help you state the objectives that are clear, well-written, and precise. Let your objectives help you address the problem that you have described. Make your objectives specific, significant, realistic, and achievable. It is you who is going to be the project holder. It is you who will be held accountable for the achievements of these results. So we are going to measure your success, again, to use monitoring and evaluation terminologies. We are going to measure your success at two specific levels. The first level will be the level of output, where we just look at your activities. Did you carry out your activities as planned? Those are your outputs. We are going to measure your success at the objective level, and those are called project outcomes. Did you achieve your outcomes? Again, still on the issue of smarting your objectives. Take the objectives as far as possible in terms which allow measurements. I want to be able to measure what you have succeeded in doing. I want to measure how effective you have been in achieving your objectives. Objectives must be achievable. That's why we use the word SMART, achievable or attainable. So for proposal writers, that is a critical task, smarting the objectives. If it is a research objective, remember once more that the objectives of a research project summarize what is to be achieved.
I have a question before you proceed, Doc.
Yes, Pam. Yes, Pamela.
So go back to the previous slide.
Yes, the spirit, smarting the objectives.
Yeah, so this area where you talked about human resources. Yes. So I assume at the time I'm doing my proposal, setting my objectives, I stated like I'm going to use the different cadres, but I didn't incorporate another cadre. But when I'll be in the field, I realized that this cadre is very important and it can help me and help me to achieve my objectives or meet my target. So am I able to incorporate, to create that cadre, or I'll have just to go with what is in the proposal?
Remember that your project has a budget. Pamela?
Yeah.
Your project has a budget, and the budget should be able to effectively support you implement your project. There are some projects that we develop with the assumption that the existing staff will be able to effectively carry it out. There are some projects that we develop with the assumption that the budget will help us acquire the necessary human resource that we need. In either way, we should be able to be sure that the activities that we are proposing, the geographical area that we want to cover, the equipment that we have, will be able to effectively help us carry out the project effectively. Pamela, did I try to say something useful to you?
Yeah, I've heard you, but now I'm also thinking like, what about if I can cut costs in other areas which are not very basic, and then I use it in a basic positions or areas?
Yes. That is an important element that confronts many projects in the process of implementation, in the process of project execution. And what I always say in grants management and project executions is that constantly speak with the donor so that emerging issues can be tackled amicably between you, the project holder, and the donor. If, for example, you had expected to spend $200 in a certain activity and you end up spending $50, the donor should be able to understand that, and then you propose to the donor to allow you to spend the savings in another critical area that has emerged within the project. So it is not something that you can unilaterally decide to do, Pamela.
Thank you, noted.
Thank you so much. So remember, stating the research objective, I have said that let's remember that objectives of a research project should summarize what is to be achieved by the study. And what is to be achieved by the study should closely relate to the statement of the problem. I'm trying to balance between the two because I know There are people who are specifically working on research projects, and there are people who are specifically working on pure social support projects. Either way, the objectives should be able to relate directly to solving the problem that you have articulated in your project area, problem statement. The other terminology or concepts that you will use constantly are inputs and outputs. We don't need to talk so much about inputs and outputs, but I would like to say something about outputs. That outputs are the specific, immediate, tangible, and quantifiable results that you obtain from carrying out your activities. Remember, you have your inputs to help you carry out your activities. And you have your activities to help you achieve your objectives. And you have your objectives to help you attain or strive towards the attainment of your project goal. So that eloquence of interrelationship between input, output, outcome, impact should be very clear to you as the project holder. So when I say we are going to carry out community sensitizations, targeting farmers on improved farming practices, there are so many outputs that I could do. 20,000 farmers sensitized, 15 demonstration farms established, or 15 demonstration gardens established, 20,000 bags of fortified manure distributed. Those are outputs which are results of my activities. So when we talk about activities, once we carry them out successfully, what we get into our hands are called outputs. And these outputs help us achieve our project objectives. And our project objectives work with us towards attaining the project goal. Project methodology. This, in your proposal, will be your way of expressing how you are going to carry out your project. So we say detailed approaches and ways by which a project will be delivered. It is a detailed explanation on how each and every activity you propose within your project will be planned and executed. Project methodology, when well handled in your project proposal, will help you avoid questions from donors. Sometimes you are not very clear in your project methodology section, and the donor can come back to you with questions. How will you do this? Who will do this? Where will you get this? You know, those small questions, operational questions, you should be able to avoid them when you are defining your project methodology. And when you have a project with like 10 activities, your project methodology section can be as long as 2 pages, because you want to explain how you are going to plan, how you are going to execute, how you are going to carry out every activity proposed in that project, so that the donor can be able to be very clear with you on how you are going to execute your project. The more clear you are in explaining yourself at project methodology section of your proposal, the better for you, because the donor get the feeling that you understand what you want to do. Project methodology. Then activities. Activities, we all know activities. These are the specific tasks that we are going to undertake to achieve the required outputs. Remember, I'm using the word output. Earlier, when I was talking about outputs, I was using the word activities. And I'm saying that outputs are the results we obtain from successfully carrying out our activities. And what are activities? These are specific tasks we undertake to achieve what we require as outputs. For example, conduct door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5 years. Conduct door-to-door vaccination. And I always say to my colleagues in development that we express activities with an action word, conduct, not to conduct. We say conduct door-to-door vaccination. We say sensitize, conduct training sessions for community health workers in nutritional deficiency detection and remedies. Conduct door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5. So when you have your project, you will be able to express your objectives. And then your next section will be to express your list of activities, an outline of your activities. Risks and assumptions. People confuse these two terminologies, risks and assumptions. And why are they important in developing our project proposals? Risks and assumptions are important because they are factors that are critical to the success of our projects. Risks refer to conditions outside the project. Conditions outside the project which negatively affect or which may negatively affect progress or success, but over which the project holder has no direct control. For instance, price fluctuations, unreliable rainfall patterns. Those are external factors. Political uncertainties. Those are external factors. They are not within our project. They are not in our organizations. But they are likely, if they are not well mitigated, they are likely to stop us from achieving our project objectives. A risk, therefore, is expressed as a negative statement of what might prevent objectives from being achieved. Let me share with you an example of a risk. For example, in my bullet 1 in this particular slide, conduct door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5. Ask yourself, what do we want to achieve with door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5? When we talk about vaccinating all children under the age of 5, what do we want to achieve? Ask yourself that question. What do we want to achieve? Ask yourself that question. Then come to the understanding of this term, risks. What could be a risk to the achievement of that objective for which we are going to conduct door-to-door vaccination? What do we want to achieve by conducting door-to-door vaccination of all children under the age of 5? Pamela, I am seeing your name on my screen. What do you want to achieve, Pamela?
One, I want to talk about what I want to achieve, and there's one, I don't know whether it will fall under risk, but I'm saying, are you able to hear me? I'm saying that what we want to achieve is the reduction of child mortality or mortality or morbidity, because we know when a child, for example, misses polio, which means we are going to have many children with disability. If the child misses measles, which means we are going to have the increase in mortality and morbidity. So our first achievement is to reduce the rate of mortality and morbidity among the children. Two, we want to achieve.
So Pamela, just there, Pamela.
Yes.
Let's work with your first objective: reduce morbidity and mortality among children under 5.
Yes.
So that's a generic reason why we could be doing door-to-door vaccination, and you are very right, Pamela. Now let's look at the risks. A risk is therefore expressed as a negative statement of what might prevent objectives from being achieved. So Pamela and all of us, let's look at our activity, door-to-door vaccination, conduct door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5. And Pamela, as you have mentioned, our aim is to reduce child morbidity and mortality in a given geography. Now, there are factors that may prevent us from achieving that aim or achieving that objective. Now, those factors that are outside our organization, those are what we call risks. And Pamela, on your toes, what could be a risk, a possible risk in that particular situation? Pamela?
So I won't have to, and this one, the first one I'm going to talk about, you will be able to help me whether it's a risk. We have the religion and traditional risk. So customs.
Explain that.
So there are some.
Okay,
there are some religion that does not allow accept their followers to take their children to the hostel, and then we are going to have hostile reception in that community.
Yes.
Or some children will be hidden. You know, some people, they keep their children, then they say we don't have children here. Then number 2, there is rain.
Yes.
Maybe in that area, it might be during rainy seasons where you will not be able to walk to door to door. So that one can also be another risk. Yeah, let me allow others to add.
Alex, I'm seeing your hands up.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor and colleagues. I think one other risk that I may propose in achieving that can hinder the achievement of that objective is the terrain of the place. Some parts or some families may not be accessible easily, especially those ones on the hilly side. So where we are using a vehicle to travel to go and vaccinate, it may be hard to reach there, to become hard to reach areas. And then another issue is currently, as I talk, there are some misconceptions of vaccines, which come from different information sources. That some people believe vaccines have some impact in the life or the reproductive life of the person, especially girls. So those misconceptions can also be some risks that can hinder the achievement of that objective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Esther, your hands are up.
Yes, thank you, Doc. Another risk could be political uncertainties.
Uncertainties.
Yes, I can give a practical example from Kenya. The recent political turn of events that took place with the Gen Zs when they were protesting against the Finance Bill 2024, and also calling on the government to disband, the whole system. So if that was the project was to be implemented, say in a particular slum, say in Nairobi, say this estate that was okay, let's say in Ongad, there's this estate in a, okay, let's say one of the estates that experienced a lot of shooting and some massacre. So you see now the project implementation team would really be fearful to do door-to-door, vaccination because of the uncertainties, because of their safety issues. So that would also derail the uptake of the implementation of that particular door-to-door vaccination. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much, Alex and Pamela, for sharing very accurately on the understanding of risks. Now, risks are expressed as a possibility. I want you to understand this very well, Esther. They are expressed in a project proposal as a possibility, not as a definite factor that will come to play. So therefore, when we express them in our project proposals, we use words that show uncertainty. Pamela?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
So listen, look at my words, my words that denote uncertainty. We say may. Communities may resort to violence against returnee families. So think about your own risks, Pamela, as you express them, and write somewhere in your notebook a risk. Mine here is communities may resort to violence against returnee families. This again is a project that we undertook in somewhere in South Sudan, a place called Northern Barghazal, and somewhere called Bentiu, where we implemented a project for returnee family resettlement. So this is where I have picked my assumption. My risk. Communities may resort to violence against returnee families. As I share with you this, Alex, I'm expecting that you have crafted a risk based on the vaccination, which we have just been talking about. Looking at my risk here, we are saying that risks are expressed in a project proposal as a possibility. It is not expressed as something that will have to happen. So when the donor says, outline 3 risks to your project, you always use words like may, so that the donor can see that the possibility of these risks actually occurring for your project are reduced. And again, when you express a risk in your project, you should be careful to immediately explain how you as a project holder or how that project will mitigate those risks. So Pamela and team, as you craft your risk to door-to-door vaccination of all children under 5, think beyond the risk and even how your project will mitigate those risks so that they don't stop you from achieving your objectives and your project goal. So I'm waiting for you.
Doc, can we say non-respondents may be also a risk.
Come again?
I'm saying, can we say non-respondents? Because you might ask the parent to share with you the documents of the child showing whether the child has received the immunization, the full immunizations, and then they become reluctant, they don't share. Can we say that is also a risk?
I'm losing you, Pamela. But I want you to use the risks that you expressed earlier. Pamela, we are waiting.
Okay, let me try to respond.
Pamela?
Are you able to hear me? Are you able
Yes,
to hear
please.
me? Okay, let
Yes,
me try to respond. So you want me to respond on the risk which I had stated before?
Yes, yes.
So I talked about my risk was the community being hostile. So
yes, so express it as a risk.
So I'll express it this way, that some communities might show resistance to door-to-door immunizations, effort due to misinformation or cultural beliefs. So should I state how to mitigate it, or I continue?
You are disconnected. I'm not hearing you now.
I can hear you. You can't hear me, Doc?
No, I can't.
What? Esther, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, Pam.
Okay, so can I say the risk and mitigation?
Yes, so what I want to see from your sentence is the uncertainty part of it, because we are saying that risks are expressed as a possibility.
Okay. Okay, fine. So what I'll say, what I'll write is that some communities in the region where we are going to conduct our project may have shown resistance to door-to-door immunizations, efforts due to misinformation or cultural beliefs.
Okay.
So for the project to reduce,
so you are talking about Pamela. You have brought out two fundamental factors in one.
So I bring one.
You have talked about misinformation.
Yeah, lack of information, yes.
Then you have also talked about cultural beliefs.
Yeah.
So those, to me, they are two very important risk factors, and you better treat them as two separate items.
Okay, fine. So, so I come again.
Yes, please.
Let me. So, the communities where we are going to operate may have shown may have shown a resistance to door-to-door immunization efforts due to misinformation. So on reducing this risk,
yes,
our staff
on mitigating the risk.
Yes, so yeah. So I'll put it together. On reducing this, our staff will ensure they conduct campaign which will create awareness to the community on the importance of immunization.
Correct.
The second risk that the organization may encounter on the ground is the cultural beliefs. And how to navigate this. This needs urgent navigations where the staff will ensure that they work together with the community stakeholders to create sensitizations and awareness on the immunization.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I would have said the project will work with community cultural leaders or community leaders.
Okay, fine.
Yes. Did I see somebody's hands up? Anybody who wants to say something around this?
Yes, doctor, this is Alex.
Alex, are you there?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. I think mine, I may say, some areas in the project area may be inaccessible due to the terrain of that particular area. Some community may may not benefit from the door-to-door vaccination. And then I think the mitigation, I would say, communities from areas which are not easily accessible would be organized to mobilize to bring the children under 5 years to some common focal points that the immunization team can easily reach them. And then the other one is, I may say, some communities may resist the vaccination of the children due to misconception on the effect of the vaccine. They may have a negative attitude, in other words. So I think there, the mitigation mode would be, one is to sensitize them, or maybe perhaps using talk shows and involving the village healthy teams, mobilize.
Make that a statement that you can put in a proposal.
Yeah, I think the mitigation method would be using the village healthy teams, the personnel, to mobilize the communities or sensitize the communities to accept the viability of the vaccines on the children.
Alex,
yes.
Start your statement with the word "the project will."
Okay. So I say again, the project will engage the village healthy personnel in sensitizing the community members to accept the viability of the vaccine on the lives of the children.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, the donor will ask you to state the risk to their project. And when you are stating the risks, make sure you express it as a possibility, that it is possible this may happen, but it is not obvious that it will happen. Okay, Alex?
Yes.
Yes. So we use such words like may. Communities may resort to violence against returnee families. The youth may resell the farm inputs given to them. Look at your screen, Alex. The youth might resell the farm inputs given to them. These are just possibilities. Then we indicate how we are going to mitigate against that possibility. Okay.
I have understood. Yeah.
Yes, so assumptions. We have talked about risks and assumptions. Assumptions are expressed as a positive statement of a condition that must prevail in order for the project objectives to be achieved. So in project development, in proposal writing, an assumption is like the opposite of a risk. And they are expressed in a futuristic term. There are things that will happen. So we use the word will. For example, in my slide, I'm saying the Ministry of Health will support the immunization campaigns. Politicians will cooperate with the project. An assumption is expressed as a positive statement of a condition that must prevail in order for the project objectives to be achieved. So again, let's look at our door-to-door vaccination program. One of my assumptions, one of your assumptions could be that religious leaders will cooperate with the immunization process to enable full acceptance in the community. Religious leaders will cooperate with the project for full acceptability. So that's an example of how I would frame my assumption. There are external factors that will have to be in play. They will have to be there for me to be sure of my success in attaining my project objectives. Religious leaders will cooperate with the project to ensure full acceptance of vaccination by the various religious communities. So assumptions are expressed in a futuristic term because when we design projects that we are going to execute. We are going to execute. We are not executing. We are going to execute. So sometimes you have to be very careful. What are my assumptions? Assumptions are those factors that are outside my project that must prevail for me to be successful. If I'm doing a food security project and I'm giving farm inputs, I'm giving seeds and fertilizers, one of my assumptions is that beneficiaries will not sell the inputs for quick money. My other assumption is that rainfall patterns will be conducive for our farms to flourish. Think about assumptions again, team members, especially those who have not spoken for some time, team members, think about some assumptions related to the door-to-door vaccination. Let's go back to the door-to-door vaccination program in the previous slide. Door-to-door vaccination. What are the critical assumptions? Risks and assumptions. in our door-to-door vaccination, what are our critical assumptions? Anybody?
Yes, Doctor, can I come? This is Alex.
Yes, Alex.
Yeah, I think one of the critical assumptions could be the village health personnel will cooperate with the project in sensitizing the communities to allow their children under 5 get vaccinated.
Correct. Correct. Did I see somebody? Did I see Pamela? Did I see Pamela somewhere?
Yes. So I wanted to say assumption like that the government will be able to supply the vaccines, which will be, yeah, because sometimes we might lack vaccines, but now during that process, there will be no cut down in supply chains. So I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, when I think on my toes, I would say the government, through the Ministry of Public Health, will avail the vaccines in time. The government, through the Ministry of Public Health, will avail the vaccines in time. We have said the government is going to give the vaccines, but now the assumption is, Pamela, that the government, through the Ministry of Public Health, will give the vaccines in time. Pamela?
Yes, I'm getting you. Yes.
So that is more about risks and assumptions.
Doc.
Benjamin.
Is there also not a critical assumption that the society will be receptive to the intervention, to the vaccination? Is it not also assumed that too?
Benjamin, you are right, but society is such a big thing. That's why we are zeroing in to specific clusters of the society. We are talking about community health volunteers, to use Alex's version. We are talking about cultural leaders. We are talking about religious leaders. All these people constitute the wider society. So for me, I would be reluctant to use the word society will cooperate. I would rather go to the specifics segments of the population, the religious leaders, because what the cultural leaders may say about vaccination may be completely different from what the religious leaders will say about vaccination. And again, what mothers will say about vaccination. So all those elements become critical in terms of crafting our assumptions. So yes, you are right, Benjamin, but I would rather we go for specific clusters of the population instead of talking about the society. Benjamin?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. The other concept is called sustainability. This is more difficult to understand. It's more difficult to conceptualize, but it is a very critical element in your project proposal. Why do I say it is critical? It should be your concern as a project holder that your projects are sustainable. You may have heard this word in programming, sustainability. You must have heard it being mentioned in many, many different corners of the world, sustainability. But what is it truly? Sustainability. The ability of a project to ensure that its gains remain with the community beyond itself. This is how I define sustainability myself. The ability of a project to ensure its gains, the gains that a project will put into a given community, remain with that community beyond the life of that project. Remember, colleagues, that our projects are 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, or very long projects could be 5 years, but we are not going to be in that community for 5 years. We as the project will not be in that community for 2 years, beyond 2 years. So it should be our concern when we are designing projects, it should be our concern that we want to empower that community. So sustainability to me is about empowering project beneficiaries so that they do not rely on us, so that they don't rely on projects to continue living better lives that the project had intended for them. So when we are developing projects, and we said that earlier in the morning, when we are developing projects, let us build sustainability plans within that project when we are developing it, and come up with various strategies that ensure that the project effectively empowers that community to be able to stand on its own. That should be the bigger understanding of this word sustainability. So when you are developing your project proposal, there will always be a section where you define sustainability planning. There's a section in your proposal called sustainability planning. If you are responding to a donor's template, where the donor gives you a template, the donor may say, explain your sustainability plan. That should not surprise me. When the donor says, explain your sustainability plan, that should not surprise me. What the donor is saying is that I should explain how my project is going to impact that particular community, so that when I am no longer in that community as a project, that community should be able to continue enjoying the benefits my project brought there. The benefits my project brought to that particular community for the 2 years I was there. Those benefits should be able to stay in that community beyond myself. As I jump to go to another location, that community should be able to continue enjoying the benefits that my project brought there. And now let me ask you, is it possible? Let me hear someone.
Okay. Sorry, I've not carried my hand. Okay. For some projects, it is possible. And I think that is where donors are heading to. Let me say the HIV project. Right now, it is being transitioned to the government or the county. They take part of it. So I want to give you an example. I know we are so many people here. So that is in Kenya. So we'll realize, like in Nairobi, you'll find that there are some part of the sub-counties or some wards which have already started implementing. Transition has started already. So they are the ones who are manning the project. And that is their expectations, because HIV project has come along the way. Right now, people are aware of it, and only few are still having the stigma. And if you read a lot about it, if you go to South Africa, I think transition has been fully embraced.
Yes.
And now the county can mobilize local funds, and they continue giving the services. At the same time, in Kenya here, there are this thing, because we have standalone VCT, we have standalone care and treatment, where only the HIV patients go to get their medication. But right now they are trying to integrate it with the other services like any other these illnesses, so that people can accept the situation, and then the county will be able to sustain it. So that is the example which I wanted us to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Did I see Maureen?
No, Doc. I was just rejoining the meeting.
Oh, sorry.
Alex, you want us to contribute?
Alex, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the question you have asked depends on the type of project and the community the project has been implemented, the attitude of the community.
Yes.
In other cases, it may be possible that the project becomes sustainable, especially where the project, for example, involves training farmers or training community members on rearing animals or farming or agricultural activity. And when the community gets to get the skills and the knowledge which have been impacted during the project, then that project can remain sustainable for some time, because the farmers, the attitude of the farmers should have been right towards during the project time.
Yes.
But again, there are some situations where you find that the community does not have that attitude of learning from the project. In fact, they need the project to remain so that they get the benefits direct from the program. For example, there was a project in Karamoja, which was to increase enrollment of children in school, where some people got some grant from World Food Program and are supplying food to schools for children to eat, so that they would have feeding program at the school. And the main purpose was to increase enrollment and sustainability of the children to remain at school. But and then the same project also tried to go beyond that by educating farmers how to cultivate farming, so that when the project left, then they would continue from there. But I think that one hit a snag, because at the end, it was realized that during the implementation of the project, you will find that the primary school children will now take their young babies, even those ones who would not even be getting enrolled in nursery, to school. The purpose was so that they will also go and eat. Yet the project was aimed at feeding the primary going age of the learners. But after lunch, the other challenge was after lunch, after eating, then these children will also, the big ones will say, okay, let me take this young baby home and come back, but they will go for good, they will not come back. Afternoon classes will not be there. So the project was faced with a lot of challenges, and when the project ended, the program ended within 2 years, every person went back to this previous state and even became worse, because the children were already trained to have some meals at school. Now, when the project ended, there was no meal at school, then the rate of dropout was so high, and many children were found redundant, not attending classes, because there was nothing to eat at school. I think those are the cases and the attitude. For me, I will blame the failure of the sustainability on the attitude of the community. Rigidity to learn and to accept some skills, learning, training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Do we have somebody else who wants to contribute to the concept sustainability? What I would like to say is that donors want to support projects that have sustainability planning as an inbuilt strategy within the project. And they will be looking at this word sustainability. They will be looking at your proposal and seek to see this word. So the advice is every project should have sustainability plan and sustainability strategy built with it. However difficult it is, that must be done. It increases your chances of being funded And it also, for yourself as a project, it makes your presence in that community more meaningful. So although we have instances where sustainability has been tried and it did not work, that does not mean that we should not try to build sustainability within our projects. And I want to assure you that projects that deliberately pursue sustainability will have some level of achievement in terms of leaving long-term gains to that project. So the other concept is project indicators. For your proposal writing work, you need to understand that there are two elements of monitoring that you are supposed to bring out in the proposal. You are going to monitor your project at output level, and many times we shall call that quantitative monitoring. And you are going to monitor your project at outcome level, and that is called qualitative monitoring. So indicators are quantitative or qualitative statements used to describe situations that exist and to measure your level of success over a period of time. If you are carrying out your activities, you will have what we call output indicators. And when we are measuring your objectives, you will have what we call outcome indicators. So these are yardsticks or means of measuring your level of success. When you measure objectives, you are measuring the change that has taken place. When you are measuring your activities, you are measuring the quantities that you have achieved as a result of doing your work. So in projects, we have output indicators, outcome indicators, and at a very high level, we have what we call impact indicators. As I said earlier, impact relates to your achievement of the goal. Outcomes relate to your achievement of the objectives. Outputs and inputs relate to your achievements of the activities. So sometimes the donor may ask you to indicate or to outline the indicators that you are going to use to measure your project at the two critical areas, activity areas and objective areas. So it is important for you to work very closely with your monitoring and evaluation office. If you are not conversant with indicators, then you better work with your monitoring and evaluation office to help you come up with good indicators that can help you to measure your level of success of your project. In any case, whether you understand indicators or not, your project will have to be evaluated. And if that will happen, then you can do better by having output and outcome indicators readily within your project when you are developing it. Any inputs or questions from you, team members, on indicators particularly? We are still at indicators. Anyone with some inputs on indicators? Any inputs? If we don't,
Benjamin.
Okay.
So I'm also saying I'm not an expert on indicators, but I also would like you to maybe, if possible, to shed some light on the different types of indicators, like intermediate or long-term or short-term indicators, like and how do those play out at proposal writing stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pamela, I'm seeing your hands, but let me try to respond to Benjamin. Then I come to you, Pamela. So Benjamin, in proposal writing, what is critical for you are output indicators, and to a higher extent a bit, outcome indicators. Now, you have only two levels of your project that should concern you. The first level is the level of inputs and activities. The second level that should concern you is the level of objectives. So, how do I measure my success? I measure my success using project performance indicators. If I want to measure my success at input and output, those are activities, then I use output indicators. Output indicators. And output indicators will be framed just in terms of numbers. Number of workshops conducted, number of sensitizations held, number of community health workers trained, number of farmers provided with seeds and fertilizers, number of farmers trained, number of demonstration farms established. Those are examples of output indicators. Now, outcome indicators will be more difficult to formulate because they are indicators that measure change in behavior. Now, here we use ratios, for example, ratio of number of women accessing health facilities for deliveries vis-a-vis those not accessing health facilities for deliveries. So ratio of numbers of women attending antenatal clinics in relation to the beginning of the project, those now become more complicated. Percentage increase in number of children under the age of 5, presenting percentage decrease, in number of children under the age of 5, presenting with malnutrition symptoms. Now, those are now qualitative indicators. At that level, we are measuring outcome. And when we go beyond that, Benjamin, we shall be measuring impact. And that does not concern you at the level of proposal writing. Here, what the donors may ask you are just output indicators and outcome indicators, because they are important for you. It is important that you are able to measure your outputs. It is important that you are able to measure your objectives, which are the outcomes. Benjamin, are we together?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Pamela, you can now share something with us.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you. What I wanted to ask is, let's say, for example, I had in my proposal, I had. Let me just narrate it. Let's say I will conduct 4 physical meetings, which means even quarterly, or 4 quarterly joint support supervision. Mm-hmm. However, at the end of the day, I managed to conduct 2.
Yes.
Does it have an impact on the donor funding? Then another thing, and this one is, I've seen it, there was a day we had a very very tough argument with my supervisor. And now you have brought it here, that activity, while I'm writing an activity, I should start to conduct. But for me, I knew conduct, and then the output was, output is always in past tense. So if I say conduct mentorship to the service providers, and then even to the number, I write the number, but then my output should be 10 mentorship, nimesahau hata chenye nilikuwa nasema, to 50 service providers were mentored on this. But for the supervisor, I wanted it to be in percentage. So I just need clarification. Thank you.
No, we express outputs just as you have said, 50 service providers mentored. And that output is derived from an activity called conduct mentorship meetings with service providers, or conduct 50 service provider mentorship meetings in Q1. That is an activity. So what is my expected output? 50 meetings or 50 mentorship meetings held with service providers. That is one aspect of the output. 50 mentorship meetings held with service providers in Q1. The other side of that output will be 150 service providers mentored during Q1. Now, if somebody wants you to express an activity using the word "to," it simply means that they are not learned in project development sciences. The word "to" in project development is used to express objectives. Activities are expressed starting with an action word. Hold 62 community sensitization meetings with cultural leaders on benefits of voluntary male medical circumcision. Pamela, are you listening?
Yes,
Pamela?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, so that is how we express activities, and that is how we express objectives. Objectives are qualitative targets to improve access and utilization of antenatal care, antenatal clinic services by 30% by end of 2024 among mothers living in Korogocho slums. Let you not be confused. Anything else, Pamela?
Yeah, I've heard you. You're
Thank
learning.
you. Thank you. So
Excuse me, Doctor.
that's how it is. Yes.
I think you have not responded. Yeah, you have not responded to one of our inquiries about, in any case, she had a plan to have worked on a project where, for example, holding 4 meetings in quarters 1, and at the end, she had 2. Does it have any impact on the donation?
Oh, sorry.
I think that was,
oh,
yes.
sorry, Alex. You
Yes.
are right.
Yeah.
Yes. If Pamela planned to conduct or to hold 4 mentorship meetings in Q1, and she had a budget given to her by the donor. And she has a work plan that talks about 4 mentorship meetings in Q1 with a budget. Now, if she ends up doing just 2 in Q1, there should be a reason why the other 2 were not conducted. And when now you are reporting to the donor at the end of Q2, you should be able to explain to the donor that though we planned for 4 mentorship meetings, we were only able to conduct 2 because of these specific reasons. So the donor is well informed. My assumption is that you are carrying over the other 2 that you have not done into Q2. And the budget for the other 2 will also be carried over to Q2. But you have to explain to the donor why that happened and how you are going to ensure that those 2 meetings are effectively conducted in the second quarter. Pamela and Alex, are we communicating?
Yeah, thank you. I have got the concept.
Thank you very much. Pamela?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so.
But Doc, what if you, let's say this money which you are supposed to use in conducting the mentorship, you divert it to another activity?
No, I have said earlier, Pamela, that you as a project holder, you have no authority to do that. If you want to run into problems with your donors, then you just do that. But if you want to be in good books with your donor, if you have a savings or if you fail to undertake an activity that you had budgeted for, there must be a written reason communicated to the donor why that activity was not conducted. And then the reasons must be very genuine because you are the one, Pamela, who had proposed to undertake those activities. Now, it is you again who has failed to carry out those activities. So you must again negotiate with the donor. Remember we said earlier that in negotiations with your donor will happen all the time, at any time during the project or before the project or even after the project. So you cannot do that. Pamela?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, you cannot do that. So we want to share an assignment on these terminologies so that we have something to take home. We want to share an assignment which we are going to take home. So go to your assignment sheet, all of us, everybody. Go to your assignment sheets after the negotiation page and look at page 4. Look at page 4. In page 4, I have given you an example of a SMART objective. And now from this SMART objective, I want you to come up with a goal statement which may be realized by implementing this objective. That is number 1. Then on page 5, on page 5, I have given you a statement of a goal, or I have given you a goal statement. So from this goal statement, I want you to think outside the box. Think like a great fundraiser and develop 1 SMART objective and 2 costable activities. We are going to share these assignments tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock Kenyan time, so that we can be able to see how well we have performed in terms of understanding. The goal has been given, so your task is to develop one SMART objective and 2 postable activities. Remember what we have said about crafting objectives, crafting project activities, crafting the goal from your presentations that we have just had during the day. At that time, I want to invite all of us to say something as at end of day 1.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Please put on. Yes, Alex.
Page 4, one on the page 4, I did not get it clear.
Page 4?
You talked of some, is it objective or goal in page 4?
Yes, in page 4, I have given you a SMART objective.
Okay.
And from there, develop a goal statement.
Okay.
You have it, Alex?
Yes. Thank
you. And now please put on your videos and say a 1-minute word as we end the day. Colleagues, put on your videos and say a 1-minute sentence.
Let me start. Alex starts. Can I say something?
I can see you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much,
say
Doctor.
A one word minute sentence.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Doctor and colleagues, for going through this important and credible training on day 1 about project proposal. I think I have never been an expert in writing projects, but I've gained enough knowledge today. And I think in the nearest future, I'll be able to craft something relevant, then it can be polished by an expert. And I hope if I do so, I can easily implement a project that will be of importance to a given community. So I think by the end of day 2 tomorrow, we would have been some experts and even consultants to some people who may need to draft a project that can be implemented. So I thank you. I wish you well, and then we shall meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much. I'm seeing Esther.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do, Esther.
Yes, thank you very much, Doc. Sorry for the background noise. I want to appreciate today's session, and I also want to acknowledge that and appreciate that I've learned quite a lot from your facilitation of today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session, and I'm confident that at the end of these 2 days training, I'll be a better person in terms of project management, project execution, concept development, and just how the whole process of approaching development of a proposal. Yes, and I'll be able to also add value to the organization that I work for, and even in the near future, if I'm to take a personal project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Shall I listen to Pamela? Pamela, I'm seeing you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so much grateful. I've learned a lot, and I'm seeing my knowledge is really improving on this. And more so, this is like we are not working, and I just need to continue learning more. Right now, I'm able to draw the objective, the activities and other things. So thank you, Doc. In fact, I was sharing, I'm in the office, I was sharing with my colleague that I wish you were my lecturer. I'm still a student anyway. So as old as I am, I'm a student. So I was telling them, I wish you were my lecturer because I get what you are telling me, but the team do not mind about me. That's Pamela. I disturb people in class like that. Even something I know, but I feel maybe there are some colleagues who they fear asking questions. So I stand in for them. I'm a PhD student. This is my first year. And I'll get in touch with you so that I need mentors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pamela. I'm happy for you. Pauline, I'm seeing Pauline somewhere. I'm seeing Pauline Irumba.
I'm Pauline Irumba. I'm so much in such as the teaching was also at one point I had to deviate to work on something that I went for. So sorry about that. It was interesting. I'm learning a lot. I'm improving. I have studying on the skills I have been acquiring over time. I hope possibly to make some few projects in the future. I like to use some course in Africa, which is very interesting for us in research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. The line was not very clear, but I have heard you. Thank you so much, Irumba. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Any other one word, one minute comment at the end of the workshop?
I think it was a very insightful session, and thank you so much for taking time to explain in detail. Thank you so much. I did learn. I didn't know I could volunteer my Monday to participate. It's been enriching. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. I'm happy for you. Have a nice evening. Any other comment? Seems there's no more comment. Back to you, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Dr. This was only day one, and it has been very insightful. I'd also like to thank everyone for their amazing feedback and also for your active participation. So we'll see you tomorrow at the same time, which is 9 a.m. East African time. It might be a bit early for those in the West African time zone, and also a bit early for those in the South African time zone, but we'll be there tomorrow all day as well. We'll share the recordings and the slides after the training. Also, if you have not gotten the group assignment, kindly input your email in the chat so that we can share it. And I look forward to receiving the assignments tomorrow in the email that I'll also input in the chat. So thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you, Nicole.